Well, good evening, everybody. My name's Martin. I'm the founder of Zarktor Studios, and tonight I'm going to be doing a bit of work on some of the assets that I've brought into the main line, I guess, development of Zarktor's realm. So let me just quickly take you through here. So I've got the Zarktor's realm game working predominantly with this Exeter scene at the moment, and it's quite a large city area. Yesterday I basically brought in a whole lot of inns, and they've got a lot of prefabs inside the inns which are making the scene quite laggy. So what I've done is to take a look this afternoon at Sector, which is one of the world's backs for actually optimizing the scene. And I'm going to be applying Sector to the scene to do exactly that, to kind of chop the scene a bit more performant. Because at the moment I'm only really working with the market area and the city walls, I guess, are the big thing. But you can see there's quite a lot of empty space still in the city. I want to fill that up, and I want it to be performant. So when I actually run it in the compiled executable that's distributed as the game, it's working fine, but in the editor it's slow. I don't really want that overhead in the editor while I'm working on it. So I think tonight what I'm going to do, rather than try and get bogged down in the scene before I've done the optimization, is I'm going to work through some of the other assets that I've now basically copied in. Everything apart from the nature assets that I'm going to be using in the project. So they're all kind of consolidated into the one project now. I'm up about 550 gigabytes for the whole project with all the assets in there. Obviously, a lot of the assets aren't actually used yet, so they're not going to be in the compiled build of the game. But when you look at the project folder, it's 500 and probably about 600 gig now. And the nature packs are still going to come in, which is quite a lot. So it's that's basically all of my stuff to go into this game, at least to cherry pick from. So what I wanted to do actually was to go through the characters in particular, because I need to pull out some of these as non-player characters and enemies and start to build the prefabs for them. And if they have the blend shapes, then I'm going to wire up the lip sync as well, so that they're basically ready to go. So in my characters folder here, I've got the blacksmith and the merchant. I've got a reaper, and then I've got the 12 player characters that you can play as, and a couple of other template ones. But I want to take some of these other packs because there are some NPCs in there that I do believe have blend shapes that I can work with to put into the scene. So I want to get them ready to go, so I'm not having to go searching for them too much. So there's a couple of other assets I do want to bring in, character assets, and I haven't done them yet. So they are essentially fresh assets. I haven't even had a look at them. So there's a demon strong one here that I haven't, other than seeing it on the asset store, I haven't actually pulled it into the project yet. So I'm going to bring in some fresh assets, and if you haven't seen my previous stream, then you'll probably see me do some conversion from the built-in render pipeline to universal render pipeline on these. And it'll be interesting to sort of discover what they have, what they don't have. I've not studied. I like the asset. I wanted the asset, but I don't know what capabilities it has in terms of rigging and blend shapes. So that's going to be interesting. Let's just do sort by purchase date, because a couple of the assets were brand new. I've got them on special. So there's a skeleton mage wizard. He's going to come in. The demon strong, and there's this other beast. And then there's a couple of these characters that are going to be, I don't know if they've got blend shapes on them, so I'm going to bring them in and see. I think the knight's plate armor does have blend shapes, and I'm not sure about the gladiator female. So there's a few characters here that I haven't actually brought into the project yet. And just to see if there's any of these other ones here. Peasant Woman, I think, is one I do want to. That one does have blend shapes, so I want to get that one started. And I might start with that and then just work through importing these other characters out of here so that my list is a bit tidier. And yeah, essentially get all these prefabs into the one folder ready to drop into scenes, and get the rigging sorted out so I can start getting SALSA and lip sync and dialogue working, because obviously that's going to be a big part of interacting with these folks. So let's just make sure I've got no older ones. I'm just going to do it by the date that I've acquired them. I've still got to bring in the Horse Anim Set Pro, but I want to do that with Invector, because there's a plugin between Invector, third-person controller, and HAP, the Horse Anim Set Pro. So I want to do those assets together. Let's see here. Firewing. Undead Horse Knight, that's a Malbas one. So that's actually an add-on to Malbas as like a demon knight with a demon horse. Fantasy Horde Villagers, I've already got that in there. Female Warrior Assassin, I think I've got that one in there. I may not use all of these. RFA, that's that one there. Realistic Female Assassin. Realistic Wolf, that's a Malbas one. The fully animated cats I've already got in there, which is Realistic Animals. Cats, yep. Beast. Okay, Peasant Woman. Yeah, so we're at that level. So I'm going to import this. I don't know whether it's already in. I think it is, but I'm going to refresh it and just tidy up that asset. I think this is one of those ones that, yeah, so Dari Pulaski. So it's the same artist as the Blacksmith and the Merchant. Really, really good quality stuff. And I think this one does have the blend shapes, which is great. You can see it referencing there the two-side shader, which is the built-in render pipeline shader from the Merchant. So it's going to use that. It is already in the project, but I just want to refresh it and kind of make sure that it's tidy. And what I'm going to do is apply the Quang Fan shaders, the Dawn shaders, to this character, and then we'll have a look at the blend shapes and see, because I think as a character that can be an NPC in the game, there's various configurations that you can do with the character to make them look different in different situations, and so yeah, they're going to be, I think, quite good to have in the game. So, all right, let's start with where is she? Peasant Woman. That one there. Let's open up that scene. That's fine. So get ready. There's probably going to be a lot of pink on the screen, I suspect, and that's obviously the background. So the character's in there somewhere. So this stand has the standard shader, and that standard shader will get converted to lit if I do the render pipeline upgrade materials. And then we should be able to see the character. It should fix the background, but then it should show what's left to be fixed, hopefully. All right, so there we go. So all these parts here are using that two-sided shader that Dari Pulaski has, which it works fine for the universal render pipeline, for the built-in render pipeline. But here it's not a compatible shader, so that's why we're getting that effect. I'm going to work on this one and basically just see if I can get something working here. So let's start with the hair, and I'm going to just quickly click the albedo to identify the textures before I switch the shader, because once you switch the shader, if these parameter names are different, they won't match up and I'll lose the textures. I'll lose reference to what those textures were. So I can see there's a hair alpha, hair color, and a hair normal. If I go to my Dawn shader from Quang Fan and I do a hair shader, and then bring in the alpha as the hair alpha, that is working quite well, and I can change the color of that quite easily. I can change the roughness and make it shiny or whatever, so it's got quite a lot of capability to change the look, so that's easily done. Let's do the body here. I think there's clothes on this, so that's a blouse. Let's do that one. So that's albedo, skin 4, blouse base color. Okay, so it's using. Okay, so there's one in a different folder here. I need to keep track of that. So we've got a blouse base color, blouse roughness. Let's just open this folder up so I can see a bit better. Skin 4. Okay. And the occlusion is coming from skin 1. Okay, I think I can remember that. All right, so we want the dawn shader, clothing shader. I think they're all. I'm going to use a two-sided shader because if there's any area like that, you're going to wind up with a transparent bit. So dawn shader, clothing shader, 2 sides, and then we want the base color here, the normal, the roughness. I'm going to put the base color in on the metallic as well, so we start seeing it come out there, and then skin 1, the ambient occlusion there. Right, so now we should be able to bring down those settings there, bring down those settings, and that should be pretty close to how it looked in built-in render pipeline. Right, so what else we've got? We've got a top there, so that's got a cloth material on it, so it looks like it'll probably do a cloth animation when it moves. And this one is dress color. Okay, so there's a dress albedo. The metallics coming from skin 1 dress metallic. Roughness normal. And occlusion skin 1 dress. Okay, let's see if I can remember that. It's a pity it doesn't sort of retain it, but it's one of those things. Switching shaders, just easy to screw up. Normal map. So we've got a roughness. And then on here we've got mixed AO and the metallic. Okay, so that worked pretty well. Let's just bring those settings back. There we go. All right, it's working all right. And if we choose her, actually I'll do all the clothes first. And this one is skin dress 1 by the look of it. Dress 1 base color, metallic, roughness, normal, occlusion. Okay, they're all together. That's handy. I'll make it 2 sides because we won't, if it's an animated cloth, then potentially it could move, and then you don't want it being transparent on one side and you see something you're not supposed to see. So let's make that 2-sided, and chuck that in there, and skin 1 dress base color, metallic, mixed AO, normal, roughness. Bring down those. I don't think there's any leather or anything, so I don't think it needs to have any sort of leather shine on it at the moment. Yep, okay, that's good. Let's do that one. This is skin. So this is skin number 2, so it's just a variant, effectively. That's getting the metallic from the skin 1. So it's obviously sharing some textures. They don't need to be duplicated in different folders. Mixed AO. Okay, that's fine. Base color. normal, roughness, base color. Not yet, that's right. Skin 1. We've got the mixed AO, and we've got the metallic. Okay, that's good. Bring down the numbers. All right, cool. And we've got this thing, whatever that is, a blouse. That's skin number 2 blouse. Okay. And it's getting the AO from the other folder. Okay. Normal roughness. Blouse. Mixed AO. And I think what I'm going to do is take the base color as it's metallic as well. There we go. Again, the good thing with these dawn shaders from Quang Fan is the fact that you can put this dirt texture over it, and it will apply that over the top of these other textures and blend them in. Plus, you've got other blend textures you can add, colors that you can add, emission maps and things. There's quite a lot of stuff here you can do to tailor. These don't have to look anything like this. They can be tailored quite dramatically, and of course you just change the texture if you want to avoid it. I think the rest of it is body. So let's see if we can get this sorted. All right. Let's put it in isometric view and face and go to the front. Okay, so it's a bit better. And we want the body. That's what we want. So you can see the blend shapes are there on the body. So it's not a head piece, it's actually a body piece. And so that's interesting. Oh, there you go. Why it's cropping out that. It's a bit odd. That's very odd. Okay, so let's take a look at the, so it's got two side shapes. It's eyes, glass material, and then body. So let's try the eyes and just see if we can get the eyes working. There's no textures on here. And if the eyes, I'm actually going to use eye advanced and see if we can, yeah, there you go. You're starting to get eyes coming in there. That's good. I really don't know what's happening with that. The clothing there, it's odd why that's disappearing. Very odd. Right, eyes. So we want the eye advanced pack textures. Eyes, come on, pick you, pick that pen. Right. We want a cornea normal map, eye normal map, iris texture, iris normal map, iris mask, sclera shade, iris, and what's the other one? That one. Okay, did that work? No, it didn't. Her eyeballs are actually part of the skin mesh, so may not work the way that it's supposed to. With this one, it might actually be part of the body mesh to actually do the eyes, so that could be interesting. We will see. All right, so let's see if we can get the body material in here, and that is an opacity. Okay, let's go with the dawn. Let's just see what these other pieces are. Roughness, mixed AO, and detail albedo is a base color. Okay, should better work with that. Let's do a skin shader. Okay, so there are eyelashes there and eyebrows. They look like they're part of the same mesh rather than a separate object, so that could be a bit tricky to work with. We will see. We'll see what happens with this. So skin, body, base color, skin color. Okay, that's a start. We'll have mixed AO. We'll have normal, skin normals, and I'll put the normal in on the skin pores as well. That can just slightly change depending on what the values are there. I'd normally put the we've got an opacity as well, which I think I can put into a mask. What else do we have? Roughness, skin roughness. Okay. Yeah, that's looking okay. So the eyes are probably our main problem at the moment. Okay, that's starting to work. The eyelashes are not working, so they are not, they're part of the same mesh, so that could be a problem. That could be a big problem. Okay, it's got a mouth in there, so that's working, so that's the blend shape thing. It may actually require a bit more fudging with this one because the eyelashes and the eyebrows are not using the hair shader, which means I can't really use the same effect that I've got with the hair. That's its own mesh. So that could be interesting. This might actually put a bit of a dampener on being able to use this one. So I can find a way around that. I wonder if the opacity can be used. Okay, that's interesting. So we're getting a bit of opacity on those, so that's a start. Skin roughness. Let's try a different shader altogether. Let's try lit and just see. There we go. So that's the normal lit shader, which is doing some weird clipping stuff going on there. It's still got a problem with the eyelashes, which I can't. I don't think I can fix that. You need an alpha, which I think is going to be this opacity thing. Base map. Okay. And we've got a mask. I wonder if the mask can go on that. Okay, that's a start. It's starting to do something. Alpha clipping. Aha. Okay, so that's taking out the black part of the shader. There's something really weird going on with the eyelids. I really don't know what's going to happen there. Looks very odd at the moment. Let's just take the character again. Skin mesh under blend shapes. Is it doing? Yes. Okay. So it is working with that. I wonder if it's something like the eyelids. I look up, look down. Looks really horrific, actually. It just doesn't look like the eyeballs fit within it, and I'm wondering if it's that shader that's doing it. Okay. Let transparent cutout. Nope. Advanced URP. It's really weird. Okay, so it's trying to render these multiple layers onto a single layered mesh that is not designed for it. So that's not going to work with the eye advanced, I don't think. The shader's really not having any effect on it at all. And I think it's because the main skin is actually working over the top. Because this was glass material, like a glass see-through shader. Glass. If I've got glass, I can use transparent. So that texture of the eyeballs is actually coming from the skin mesh of the body, believe it or not. I should just be able to take it out completely. Transparent cutout. Not for cutoff. Nope. Nope. I wonder if I can use the base map in there. Nope. It's not behaving. This might not work. Certainly something very weird happening with the materials. I think I'm going to have to deconstruct this one by taking it into a separate project in the built-in render pipeline and actually have a look at how it's working in there, and then convert it and bring it in, because this is not right. It's doing some very weird stuff with that mesh, and it isn't the same as the blacksmith and the merchant. I know this is an older model, like this is one that's been around for a while, but yeah, I'm not brilliantly happy with how that's going at the moment, so I'm going to park that and work on something else. So I'll come back to that when I've got something to report on it, actually. If I get a fix on that. Let's move on to a different one. I'll come back to that later. Fire skeleton. Oh, I think I've talked about that one. Zombie collection. I've got them in there. Yes, let's redo this one, because I've got them in there, but some of the shaders are screwed up because of the hair. So I think I want to fix that up. Not all of these are going to wind up in the game. Not all these zombies, because some of them are dressed in a way that doesn't look medieval, but others do. So I'm effectively overwriting the existing zombies that are in here. There's a couple of files that will get overwritten, which is fine. I'll just redo them. All right. Zombie collection and demo scene. Let's take a look. There's the good old pink. Let's do a quick render pipeline conversion just to see if it fixes up anything that's standard. Move it across to lit. Let's see. Okay, so some of them have actually come in somewhat okay. Some materials are okay. And some aren't. So it's a real mixture of things that have worked and things that haven't. So let's start on the left. And let's take this dude. What's up with you? What is up with you? So you've got a double-sided shader for clothing. Okay. So zombie nerd is this guy. It's got normal map, AO, clothes, and a specular smoothness. There's actually 4 textures on this. Let's switch that to dawn shader, clothing, 2-sided, and see if we can get that looking okay. Base color, AO, normal. specular. Now that I think is metallic, the equivalent of metallic. So some of this, the sort of stripe suit, yeah, I don't know if that's going to work. And of course, if you remove it, then he's not a complete zombie. So some of these may not work, and I think it more than anything, it might just be the texture. So I might repaint that texture, the base color of it, or potentially just it could be the normals as well. Could make it dirty or something to disguise the fact that it looks like a pinstripe suit. Anyway, let's just see if I can get him looking how he's supposed to look in at least in Universal Render Pipeline. So this is his hair, so I'm going to use a hair shader. He's got transparency, that's good, and a normal and a specular. Okay, so that's a start, and we'll drop in the hair transparency as an alpha. There we go. It's looking better already. And we can do stuff to it. Nice and clean, shiny hair, or we can make it quite matte, and that looks not too bad to start with. Fiddle with that. What's he got there? He's got an axe. Okay. All right, so the issue I've got with that one is probably the clothing looks like it doesn't fit into a medieval thing. So I'll need to have a think about whether I can use that one. Anyway, let's take that club. That's actually a torch, believe it or not, because it's got a glowing Fresnel shape on it there. That'll be our normal. So what I'll do with this one is pop it into a clothing shader, of course, and put it to base color and a specular. I'll put that in the metallic, I think. There we go. So you can see it's starting to look much more like a torch. Now there's a Fresnel mask there, which I think I want to use as an emission mask. And then hopefully I'll be able to actually add, I'm just going to chuck in some sort of fiery sort of colors here and see if we can get it glowing. Something like that. And then pump these up. Okay, so it's not using the mask in the right way there with that one. That's better. There we go. Okay, so emission color 3, emission boost, I think that's supposed to be rather than boots. So that is what's going to make that mask, obviously, that part there is defining this part of the mesh as the bit that's going to glow. So we can use that to then control the emission of light on the mesh just for that part. So that's how that works. So I could do, yeah, more of a yellowy color or even a yellowy white, and just turn down the brightness of it. Let's do it like that, I think. Okay. Although I did like the red. Really orange colour maybe. It's too bright. It actually needs to be a deeper colour and then boost it up. Yeah, I think that's going to work. Okay, so that kind of works. All right, next guy. What are you up to? So you are zombie greybeard. Okay, let's check. So he's not complete, so he's got missing parts. So you need the clothing there or something to fill in that blank. And the only way I could repair that or modify it, I guess, is to take this whole thing into Blender, copy that shoulder, put it there, and kind of remerge it back in again to reconstruct him. If I wasn't using the clothing to do that, unless one of these other meshes have got the compatible arm for it. So anyway, let's take this greybeard clothes. Okay, I can see the same sort of structure there, so it should work the same way. Clothing shader. I'll make it a two-sided shader, and albedo is the base color. Ambient occlusion, normal, and specular smoothness will be there. Again, the shirt looks plaid, or tartan, as I would call it, and the pants don't look medieval. So this may not work. This may not work in the game. So it's kind of one of those things to consider, is the fit, whether it's really going to work in the game. Let me complete the configuration of them so that they look at least reasonably finished. Hair. Okay, so let's put a hair shader in there. Hair shader, and we need the hair. So he's got a hair albedo, but he hasn't got a hair alpha. That's not really working as an alpha. Normal's not going to work, and the albedos. There we go. Albedo might work. Okay, that could work. I'll take that down to 0.01. We should be able to control how much hair. He's supposed to be greybeard, so I'm going to give him a grey and more of a white colour there, I think. Yeah, okay. So apart from the fact the clothing doesn't fit and the shoes don't fit, it's just a shame that the mesh underneath isn't complete. All right, there's another one. So he's looking okay, apart from the clothing. That's the issue. All right, this one is fisherman. He's got a hat. He has a hat. Okay. Clothes albedo. All right, let's do this one. Dawn shader clothing. No, it's the whole. All the clothing is using the same base color. AO, normal, metallic. Yeah, again, it's not necessarily going to work. Clothing doesn't really work. That's a shame. It's a shame. It's a good zombie pack. It's the time-traveling zombies. All right, well, this guy that... I mean, the clothing almost could be medieval. Almost. This guy, not sure about the feet. And this guy, no, not sure about that. Let's see what this one is. Old crone, okay. Let's see what this turns out to be. Hair albedo, hair normal. Dawn shader hair. Hair albedo normal. Albedo. Yeah, that's kind of working. Getting there. Right, let's see. We'll go with this clothing. Clothes albedo. Okay. Right. That could potentially pass for medieval. Kinda, maybe. Maybe. I might need to edit the textures a little bit, but that could work. Okay, this dude, what's he doing? This one is Zombie skeleton. Okay. Hair albedo. Hair albedo. Okay. It's looking pretty good. We don't need to do a lot with that. 0.01. All right. Clothing is still a bit too modern, but it's not bad. Okay. All right. As placeholders, they might do for the moment till I find a better solution for the clothing. I think the mesh of the clothing is almost workable. It's more about the textures. I'd need to probably play with the normals as well to get rid of them, because I think if I even get rid of the texture, you can see it's still got a like a height map from the normals. Get rid of that, and it's smoother. It still looks like a suit, but it could be recolored in a way that doesn't look quite as dated. I don't know. I may use these. I might modify them. I might use an alternative zombie pack. I do like these zombies. They're just clothed wrong for the period, I think. These ones could work, definitely, and I'm not convinced with those. So, all right, let's take each of these and bring them into the main folder. Right. One-handed torch, greybeard torch, greybeard one. What's the difference? Oh, I see. He's got a weapon or a torch. Right. Okay. I'm not worried about the torch one at the moment. Okay. Zombie nerd. Let's put him in there. Make an original. Greybeard, one-handed. Fisherman, two-handed. Interesting. Okay. Butcher, two-handed. Skeleton, one-handed. Old crone, one-handed or two-handed. Okay. What is she? She's using a scythe or a pitchfork. Okay. Let's use this one. And the brute. Let's do two-handed with him. Might be the animation cycles or something. It's doing a two-handed attack. I like the fact that they've got a variety of weapons here. They look quite good. The pitchfork and everything. Yeah. Okay. All right. I don't know if they've got blend shapes. I don't think they have blend shapes on them. They're literally just rigged as they are. No, there's no blend shapes on that as far as I can tell. Okay, all right. Well, at least we've got the correct shaders working now. All right, so that's the zombies. A bit tidier. Right, so what's left to be imported here? Girl Assassin Modular. Yes, okay. So we'll take that one. don't think I imported this one before, so this will be interesting. Looks like it shares some characteristics with the skeleton mage. All right, that's now in. Okay, Assassin Girl. I'm going to move her into the characters folder. Spider Queen. Okay. Rename that Assassin Girl because I'm going to get confused looking at that title of that folder otherwise. I'm using a favorites tab thing here so I can actually visually in the tree structure highlight the things that actually matter to me, which is a lot of the time it's the prefabs and the main scene. So all right, let's see. Actually, sometimes it's worth looking in the folders to see if there are shaders and shader conversions in here. Sometimes there are URP assets in there. There's a standard two-sided shader, which that's not going to, well, you can see the code for it, but it's not going to work in the universal render pipeline, I think. So I'll probably get rid of that shader in a minute. Let's have a look at the scene. Yeah, it's pink. So the stand probably is using standard. Yep. So if we do a conversion, universal render pipeline, that should fix the stand and any other objects that use the standard shader. Right, okay. So some of it's working. Some of the skin's probably using lit. And some isn't. So let's see. Okay. Assassin Girl, other material. It's hard to tell what that is. Oh, girl, other. So we've got an other transparency, metallic and normal. So I'd say that's a clothing shader. And I'm going to assume it's two-sided until I know otherwise. And let's do other albedo, base color, metallic, and what was it on normals? Normals. Okay. All right. Face, is that a face mask? Clothes. Okay, so that. So whatever this shader was that was on it is pretty busted. It's not even showing us the textures that are supposed to be there. So this is one of those situations you kind of got to browse through the textures and hope the names are meaningful. Let's go clothing shader, two sides. Okay, it does show it's an assassin. And let's go clothes, albedo, transparency, clothes metallic, clothes normal. So it hasn't got AO, but that's okay. It's kind of, it's looking okay at the moment. Let's do a clothing shader for that one. And boots, 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 boots. Yes, boots. Albedo base, albedo metallic, and normal. Okay. All right. So you can see things like this with the little details on them are looking a bit odd, looking a bit dark. That's these metallic boosts. So we can bring them back out to highlight them and change the roughness a bit to make it shiny or whatever. Okay, getting there. And that looks, yeah, okay, so that can come off. That's the hood. Hair. That should be straightforward. That should be a hair shader. And hopefully there is a hair alpha. Yes, good, there is. Good. Yes, awesome. All right. It's too shiny though. Some metallics too high. Okay. And the eyelashes could be a problem because they're actually part of the main mesh. Let's see. There's blend shapes. That's handy to know. All right. Let's see. We've got eyelashes material. Hopefully the eyelashes have actually got an alpha. Yes, they've got an opacity. Awesome. So we can use a hair shader, which gives you the mascara look until you put the alpha in, which will be this opacity thing. With a bit of luck. Maybe not perspective. That's not going to work with isometric view. Yeah, that's interesting. So that the isometric view is actually where I'm getting that problem that I was seeing with the other character. Whereas the perspective mode, you don't get that. That's very interesting. All right, so this alpha is not working the way that I'd expect. It might be back to front. So it's actually showing white. It's hard to see here, but it's actually showing white eyelashes and then black around it, which should be the reverse. So it's possible that this alpha is back to front, if you know what I mean. In terms of what the shader is expecting. So this is the file. I'm wondering if I inverse this, whether that will then solve that. Let's have a think about it. So the black, not sure if that's transparent or white though. It's hard to make out. As a mask, it's an alpha. So it should actually get rid of that. Let me try one thing. Let me take a copy of that material so that I've got it there. Actually, what's that one? Base color dark. Okay. Well, will that work instead? Base color dark. Don't need to do anything. Cool. All right. That worked. All right. It's a little bit sort of Japanesey looking style character. It may not fit in with the other characters. We'll see. We'll see. The dress code is probably not. This one's probably more appropriate for the game than that one. But at least it's fixed up and it does have the blend shapes. So let's see if we can get it doing something meaningful. Blend shapes. Okay, cheek puff. Okay, so it could be wired up to SALSA to actually call these things. Okay, so it's got the blink routine. Has it got eyes that look around? So I squint. Not much of a squint. I look up left. It's not moving the eyes, so it's interesting. And there aren't actually eye objects in there, so it's part of the base mesh, which is interesting. So it's the eye look down is the blend shape is moving the mesh, but it's not moving the eye. So that could be a problem for. It could be a problem for SALSA to actually make the character look around. Unless I can find another way to control the eyes. So if we look here, teeth, girl, eyes. See shadows. Okay. Alright, so it's got eye base color. It's using the lit, so I wonder if I switch that out for eye advanced URP. And All right, so that's using the same textures, but with an eye advanced shader that's got all these other aspects to it now, which may or may not come into it. So let's see if I can get the eye advanced wired up. Where are we? There we are. Okay, so cornea map, eye normal, iris brown. Yeah, okay, so that's not necessarily going to work. Iris mask, sclera texture, sclera shade, iris, sclera shade, iris normal, eye normal, eye normal. Okay, and then we should be able to can't get any closer because I can't put it into. Oh no, yeah, so isometric views really going screwy with these. That's weird. I can get a little bit closer in isometric and then take it out of isometric in a perspective view. There we go, that seems to work. All right, so this pupil dilation, it is working. The iris size is working. The parallax effect is hard to see, but it is working over here. I can see it working. Eye sclera is working how it should. So definitely the eye advanced pack is working on this one. What's making it difficult is you can't use isometric view because it's, for whatever reason, it's I don't know why it would be doing this. Oh, there you go, dynamic clipping. Ah, ha, ha, ha. I thought that might be a clipping thing. Okay. All right, well, that's working better. Okay. So, shadow sclera. Okay, shadow iris. Reflection. Whoa, okay. Maybe a little bit, not much. Smoothness. Specular. Okay. All right, so the theory is, should be able to put this additional texture file there. Oh, that's the cat ones that I did. You can switch out these iris textures and do all sorts of funky things with them because it's just one image file now that gets put in there. So you could recolor this and mess about with it. But also, I'm thinking if it is just a texture file for an eye, I might just be able to put that back in on that character, the one that was there to start with. If I can find there, that's what I want. And this character textures eyes, base color. So that's actually the original eye textures for this character, which look okay actually with this eye advanced pack. So they're actually fairly usable in the eye advanced texture pack, I think. So I'm going to take these. I'm actually going to copy them and put them into copy. I want to duplicate them. Duplicate. And I want to move them into textures there. Because this sort of green could be used on other characters. Yeah, as long as it's working with the eye advanced pack, so that's good. All right, so it's got a mask and it's got a hood. And it's got blend shapes. Can I get the eyes looking in a different direction? That is the question. That is the $1 million question. I look up right, so it's not moving the eye, which is quite odd. So it is doing a blink, but she's going to be staring basically, or blinking. I wonder why that's not working. Okay, we'll see. It's a little bit stylistic, you know, the way that it's been done. So I don't know that it totally fits with the game. I think the body proportions are a bit out too. It's a bit sort of Japanesey. So I'm not sure if that's going to work from an art style point of view, but at least I've sort of fixed up the asset if I did want to use it. Maybe for another game. We'll see. Anyway, so that's that one. Let's move on and look at Gladiator Female. So let's import that one. Okay, it's new pack. I've not imported this one into this project before. I think I've looked at it before. Probably just to see whether the shaders are compatible with this pipeline. Gladiator Female, there you are there. Let's move you up into characters. Gladiator Female, right. Yeah, I should look to see if there's actually a URP conversion in it, because that could save a lot of effort. Standard two-sider, that kind of tells me it's built-in render pipeline. Okay. The good old pink, let's convert that. All right. Jump in here, isometric view. Okay. Helmet base colors. So that's a base color, skin 2, metallic, normal. Oh yeah, so base color, skin 2. I'll use a clothing shader for that. I will use a two-sided actually. Base color, skin 2, base color, metallic, and mixed AO, normal. Okay. All right. It looks kind of Roman. Maybe. I don't know if it's Roman. Greek, maybe. We've not got a roughness texture in there, so helmet, metallic roughness. I wonder if I can use that. No, I need to use the base color, I think, as the metallic. Get a bit of shine on it. A little bit of shine, but it's not doing it the way I want it to. Not quite what I'm after. So I need it to work as a roughness mask. And I don't have a roughness mask for it. It's probably not going to work. All right, it's going to be matte then. All right, so let's go face mask. All right, we've got. Let's look at this one here. Hair, two-sided, base color, and a normal. Right, let's see what we can do with this. Hair shader, base color, hair, alpha. And that is the wrong sort of alpha by the look of it. Ah, that's better. Okay, again, the style may not fit totally with the game at this point. Let's see. We'll see. We'll see how it looks in comparison to the other characters. I think I'm going to have the same issue with the eyelashes as the other one. Body. Oh no, the eyelashes are separate. By the look of it, something in here. Eyelashes. There it is. There it is. Okay. So, albedo eyelashes. Okay, so I should be able to make that hair shader. And eyelashes alpha. There we go. Okay. And shoulder base color 1. Metallic, normal, occlusion. Right, so it's a skin. That's a clothing shader. Two-sided. Metallic. XDAO. Normal. Okay. Let's get in there. Yeah, I'm not totally convinced with the style. I think the look is a little bit too sort of Japanese art style, maybe. Cloth skin 2. Cloth base. Normal cloth. Okay, it should be skin 2. XDAO. Normal. Okay, looks like a cape or something. Are we getting dynamic clipping? Yes, we are. It's disappearing at certain orientations, but only in isometric view. Oh no, it's disappearing in the main view as well. That I'm wondering if that is some kind of dynamic clipping. What's going on? Still clipping. Interesting. Occlusion culling. All right, so what have we got here? chest, base 1. Chests, base. Should be skin 2, this one. Metallic, mixed AO, normal. Okay. I'm not convinced about the colour scheme, but that's okay. If we do base 1, we get some more browny colour. What are they? Just skin, albedo, skin 2, okay. Almost the same material. Metallic, mixed AO, normal. Okay. Cape. Doesn't seem to make an awful lot of difference what I put in the... Oh, that's the roughness, that's why. That should be in the base. That's silly. That looks better. Okay. And what's left? What is hand, shoulder, skin 1. Right. Shoulder, skin, base skin 1. Metallic. AO. Normal. It's getting there. Getting there bit by bit. So this is the material is called cloth skin 1, but the material that's attached to it is skin 2. That's odd. It's not me because I've just imported this asset fresh, so it's definitely not something I've done. So I'm going to fix that and just attach skin 1 to this. So we want a clothing shader, 2-sided, cloth skin 1, cloth skin 1. Metallic, mixed AO, and normal. Okay. Okay, it's kind of right. Something's odd with the legs still. What's going on with that? Why is it doing that? Ah, the boost is on. There we go. Okay, so I think this one, the variant 2, is supposed to have the red style colour. Skin 2 on it. I think. Skin 2, skin 2. Skin 2. Skin 2. Okay, so I think that's how it's supposed to look. Alright. That material's come out right. Okay, again, I will need to vet this stuff and I think see if it looks the part. I'm not sure about the red. See whether or not the character looks like it fits in the game. But it's a start, at least, to get these in here and start assessing first of all, whether they're compatible with the shader, with the render pipeline that I'm in, the URP, and see whether or not they've got blend shapes. So that's the next thing to see, whether or not they can talk, or at least animate the face. It's rigged, so there's an armature by the look of it. Root, yeah. So here's the armature. Pelvis, spine 1, spine 3, neck, head. Oh, okay. Face root. Yes, there is some. Okay, cool. So this one doesn't use blend shapes, but it is using a rig to be able to control the face. So we can take an eye. If I can zoom in close enough in isometric view, we can take an eye and rotate it. Does look pretty horrific doing it like this, but subtly you could do that, which means you can make a blink. I rotate. Armored bikini, yeah. I am not convinced that the look is right, but I've got to start somewhere. So yeah, we can use SALSA to, if I wanted to, use SALSA to wire up to these. Actually, I should show you how to do that, because the ones I've been working on have been the blend shapes, and this is a different mechanism to do this. So what I'm going to do is add SALSA to this, just to kind of show you how we wire up the lip sync and the randomize and the emotes to something that doesn't have blend shapes on it. It's a little. I find it a little bit more fiddly, but it's worth. I'll do a quick run through of this thing, kind of see what I'm talking about. So I want to add the SALSA component to this, which means you need to configure it basically. So it needs an audio source. So I can add an audio source, and off it goes. It adds one. So there's the audio source. So let's give it. The only audio that I've got for voiceovers is male, but I can give it an undead. I'm going to give it an undead line. I have no idea what this is going to sound like until we play it. So I'll plonk that in there. So it's got an audio source to run the SALSA lip sync from. We need a Q processor, so just click add, and it adds the Q processor. I don't need to do anything with that, it's there. I add an emoter, which adds the emoter script, and that's what we're going to configure with some of these rigged bones. And so that's basically done. So when it turns green and this turns blue, it's good to go basically. It's configured minimally. So let's do the eyes. So we want SALSA to eyes. One click headbox eyes. Which one is it? Oh, it's got the emoter on there. So there's the emoter. Random eyes. What is he called? SALSA. It's annoying now. Game object. Crazy minnow. One clicks. Box head demo. Get new clicks. No, that's the lip sync part. We need the head. New emote. Configure. Emote I'll link the Q processor. Okay, that's done. We need an emote. Okay, so we'll get onto this in a second. I can't remember if it's eyes. Oh, there you go. It's just called eyes. It used to be called random eyes, as in random eyes. A clever play on words. So this is we need to link to the existing Q processor. Give it a look target, which is just a transform position, and then it's blue. So it basically means it doesn't need any more configuration. It's not going to do very much. So we need an eye template, and in this case, it's actually going to be a. It's not blend shapes. It's going to be a bone rotation, I think. Yeah, let's do that. And it's gone yellow because it needs the configuration of it. So we should be able to go I1 and I0 and I1, so a left and a right. And so if I go, I'll call this left, and this one will be, let's call that left. It's a bone, and the bone transform is going to be, I need to find this eye rotate piece here and drop that in there. And I need to do the same for the, sorry, that's the right eye. I need the left eye. And I should pin this damn thing. I hate that. Right. Where? It's on the main character, I think. Main prefab. I didn't add it at the right level. I think I added it at the wrong level here. Should be on this level. Damn it. Okay, eyes and SALSA. Should be at the top level prefab. Really. Okay, head configuration, bone, XY. You've got to get this right. I'm not sure if I've got the head rotation right. You need to take the head transform, which basically means finding in the armature. You've got to find the head. There he is, and plonk that in there. So the head should now be controllable by SALSA. So that's gone blue. The eye configuration should be bone rotation, yes. And we want, again, left, left, and we want the left eye rotate in there. And you can add multiple components. So if you could add eyelid, if it had, I mean, it's got an eyelash drop thing. I don't know what that would do. Looks like the eyelash part or the eyelid part. So presumably you can wire in multiple elements, multiple components to make the movement complete. I'm just going to try it with the eye just to start off with. Let's call this one right. I just want to see if we can get a result with this. I've not tried it with this model before, so let's try eye rotate right. We'll put in the bone transform there. So in theory, SALSA can now control the movement of these two rotation parts of the armature. It's going to look weird because the eye will move without the eyelid moving, but it doesn't look like there is an eyelid moving. It's only an eye. Yeah, it's not very well rigged because the rotation on the eyeball is just very odd. That's better. So it might require this eyelid, but then the bottom eyelid isn't rigged at all. It's only the top eyelid. So we'll see. This could be interesting. What else is left? So system properties here. Yeah, okay. So we need the Q processor. That's fine. And that's gone blue. So it means it doesn't need anything else. Eyelid configuration. Well, this is more complicated because we don't have the bottom eyelid as a riggable piece. So that could be quite interesting whether that works at all. So I might get rid of those two parts. So I've got one eyelid for each eye, and it's only the top part that's going to move. So left, top, and it's an upper. And we'll see if we can get, oh, hang on, this is the eye movement again. Eyelid. Yeah, no, this is definitely eyelid configuration. Right, upper. Let's see if we can use this upper. Left top, left. Eyelash drop. Let's put that in there. Minimum set. So let's adjust it. and the minimum is set. So we can release that. We need to do a adjust and then move it to its other position. Oh, see, it's not rotating properly. It's not rotating. It needs to rotate down over the eye, not rotate in place. That's actually not going to work at all. That's going to be horrible. So I'm going to take off that eyelid configuration. It is not going to work. It would work with the transform. So I'm moving it down, but it needs a down and a rotate. So it's a combination of, yeah, it's horrible. It really is not going to work very well at all. That's going to be quite tricky to rig up. Anyway, let's see if we can get it's going to be doing something. I just don't think it's going to be very good. Blink processing is turned off. Let's see if we can get rid of these errors at least. Config required. Needs a bone transform. Let's chuck in. What is that? An eyelid. Let's chuck in. Let's chuck in that one. Release. Adjust. Minimum set. Doesn't want to set the max. Okay, I've turned that off. Yeah, blinking's going to be very interesting with this one. All right, let's try this one. SALSA source, audio source. Right, I got that. Q processor. Is the audio source still on there? No, it's not. Let's put that on there. Okay, so we're looking for the yellow things now. Okay, so we need a visime. And the simplest way to do this is to do a say small. Say small. And we're looking for the mouth. Ah, okay. Well, the tongue is the inside of the mouth is not using the correct shader. So that's a problem. Let's do that. Take the mouth and fix that up because that's going to look weird. Jaw base color. Okay, so that's going to be a skin shader and jaw base color, skin color, jaw metallic. Really need a metallic on the skin. Normals we need. Okay, let's bring back body. Okay, so now if we move the mouth, it shouldn't look quite as bad. Okay, so that's a transform. If we do a rotate, it's better, but you can see the way that this is rigged is not particularly brilliant. If you just use the mouth by itself, you need to use elements of these. So the middle of the mouth probably needs to move. So it's only rigging a very small part of the lip, but you can have to move these parts in different degrees. So it's going to be real difficult to get this to work. I mean, this is probably throwaway what I'm doing now. I'm not going to use this model, I don't think. But I want to sort of show you how we do it with this type of rigging, where you've got a mouth mesh object that you can animate, and it's got its own rigging as bones rather than blend shapes. The blend shapes are a lot easier to work with, in my opinion. So let's see if we can get doing something with this audio, and we'll see. The eyes I don't think is going to work to tell you the truth, just because of that eyelid thing. All right, so say small, and we need a skin mesh renderer, so we need to move the body. So it's going to be this thing here, body. Put that in there. No blend shapes found. We're not doing shapes, we're doing bones. So it's actually going to be a transform. It's going to be a transform. And this is a component as well. So this will be yeah, we're going to have at least 3 components here. So lip, down, M, and that'll be this piece. And then what we do is we the min is set, the end position is not being captured, so we need to capture that by taking this and moving it into its whatever position it's going to be in, coming back to the main character and then setting it here. There we go. So we've got a min and a max. Min, max. It's not very much movement, but this is the say small, so there's a small mouth movement. So if I then add a component and make this one the next piece, which is lip down left, lip down left, and we drop in this piece, and then we adjust it and we move that piece down and rotate it. I mean, it's just horrible what it's doing here. It's fiddly. And then set that max. Then we can basically turn on and off this preview mode. You can see the mouth moving to its new position. It's horrible. The positions aren't right. It's probably a combination of a transformer and a rotate, and maybe even a scale. But you can see what I'm doing here is to literally wire up SALSA so that it knows about the individual transform positions of the pieces, so it can call them through the audio. So I'll do this with just a say small, and we'll see if we can get it to do a movement from the audio. All right, so what I want to do is I want to preview that, go to this third one. We're going to call this lip down right, take that transform there, pop that in there, and we actually want to call the maximum on these so we can see where they are, adjust this one, and then move this one down and possibly rotate. So I've got to do something with this middle bit to make it actually work. Set the max for that. I'm going to go back to this one, which is the middle piece, and adjust it and see if I can scale it maybe, or it's bloody tricky. It's really not wanting to go where I want it to go. Okay, at least the mouth is slightly open, right? And then we'll do set max. So basically, it's got a min position. Each transform here has got each bone has got a min position and a max position. And the max position is not much for a say small. So you then copy this whole visime to a say medium, and you'd move them down a bit more, and then you'd do a say large, and you'd gradually open the mouth. And what it's doing is just recording the difference in the different positions of the transforms of those bones. You can see why the blend shape's a lot easier to work with than this. But that's literally it. Is you can kind of see it working there. It's doing what it's supposed to be doing. If we now give it a trigger amount, because you need it to trigger when the audio plays, and then we actually do SALSA references. Oh, we need the emoter as well, yeah. And it's in settings. No, it's in references somewhere. Audio source preview.
Dispose of them. Dispose of them.
So it's working. It's just really, really tricky to work with these bone shapes, particularly when they're not rigged in a way that is complete. So the bottom eyelids would be a real problem for this because you can't, you can't cover the eyeball properly, so it's going to look horrible. But maybe that's what you're going for. So yeah, it's kind of working. I could sort of, let's give this a go. So I'm going to copy. I'm going to copy these components. Turn this to there. Let's copy a Vizime and call this. I just want to see if I can get this to do what I'm expecting it to do. Say medium, and we'll create 3 components, just like before. Let's collapse up that, collapse up that, collapse up that. Okay, so we've got 3 components, and we literally just do a copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, and paste. So now this one is the same as the other one, but what I can now do is take and just adjust it a little bit more. So if I go to max setting and then just move it out more, it's going to look horrible. Set the max. Take the second component, look at the position on the previous one, adjust it, move it out more, maybe rotate. See, it's not rigged particularly well because it's not opening the side of the mouth either. And so I might need to use these other lip out pieces in addition to this, the cheek and all those sort of things. But I want to sort of show you the process, even if the result is not brilliant. Set that one, and then the third one, we want to adjust, move that down, out. It's making a real mess. And set that max. So now we've got a say small and a say medium. That's the medium, that's the small, and that's off. So if we now collapse these up and actually do a curve, it will say the small more often, and then every now and again as the volume gets louder, it will start to say a medium.
Dispose of them.
It's actually quite effective, even though it looks terrible. I'll do one more just to create a say medium, and we'll see what effect we can have. I mean, it takes 5 minutes to do this stuff. So first of all, we want to create, we want to take it out of trigger mode. We want to copy the 3 components. We want to create the 3 components on this guy, so we could paste something into them. So there's one there already. Add. And what this is doing is copying the values and the transform references. So I'm copying from small. I'll actually copy it from medium so that they're already in the medium position. So that's the first one. That's the second. That's the third. Okay. So say medium is done. The say large is the same as the say medium at the moment. And if we then take this first one, put it to its maximum setting, which is actually the same as the say medium one, and then adjust it and then move it out even more and rotate, it's going to look horrendous. Max set max there. Okay, next one, adjust it and move it out, and I'm going to do some really funky stuff with it. Move it out like that. Roll it forward. It's going to look terrible. Maybe this is how you get zombies to talk. And set max. Is that working now? No, release that. Min max. Okay, I think it was the second one I should have been working on. This one here. Min max. Yeah, okay. Max, and this one max. Okay, so let me just do the third part of this. Adjust. Take. That's what we want to do is actually take the maximum position and then adjust it. Roll it down. Move it out. The problem is the jaw's not opening, so I need the jaw part really in here, and I can't find a jaw. Again, this is a problem with the armature because if the jaw doesn't open, then the lips can move, but basically you've got your teeth together and all you're doing is moving the lips. And maybe that's what demons do. I don't know. Okay, so max position set. So it's now got three sort of position. I can trigger them and go. That's a say small, medium, large, and then let me do a curve, and then it will distribute this so that it'll trigger this on the lower volume sounds, and it'll gradually, when the volume gets louder, when the amplitude gets louder, it will start calling this third one, which is the say large shape. Basically, it's a mouth shape.
Dispose of them.
Okay, so it's not triggering the third one. So if we do that again,
Dispose of them.
kind of did for a bare second, but not much. So I'd need to bring that value down.
Dispose of them.
Okay, that's working.
Dispose of them.
Surprisingly effective, even with a terrible rig. Let me try something else, just to battle cries. Where's the audio? Audio source is... Where's the audio source? There's the audio source. Plug that in there.
Death to all. And all to death.
So, yeah, that's how that works. That's basically what you do with bones, which are, I personally find, quite a bit harder to work with than the blend shapes, because the artist actually does the work on the blend shapes because they know the model better than the programmer. Yes, so you can get it to work. You can add within each of these visemes, you can add as many components as you need, and depending on like the mouth here, yeah, they have got rigging points on various points in the mouth. So I would imagine that to get this model to work well, you'd probably have to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 components, and you still don't have a jaw. So I don't know how you move the jaw. There's a jaw there, but that's actually the inside of them. That's the teeth and the tongue. That's actually the mesh, not the armature. So yeah, that could be a problem, because if you haven't rigged the jaw, there is a jaw there. It's at the higher level, so that's actually the jaw, is the mouth. Okay, so you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 components in each viseme. But once you've got them modeled once, you could copy it down, and then all you're doing is messing with the transform positions, either with scale to, you know, I guess when you blow your cheeks out, then maybe they change scale or whatever. But you can rotate, you can transform in X, Y, and Z planes, and you can scale. And the viseme will then animate from whatever the previous state was to that new state, using whatever you stored as the min and max values here. And you can see you can apply it to just a position, which is a transform, a rotation, and or a scale. So you can kind of fiddle with this stuff, but you'd literally need to build, to get this to work, you'd need at least 3 visemes, say small, say medium, say large, and then you'd probably need 8 components. Each component needs to be consistent, so you'd have to move all these pieces of the armature, all these pieces here, move them to the new position where it actually looks okay, and test it. But you know, I think if you do a few of these, you probably get quite quick at it. I mean, this is the first time I've had to go with this particular model to see if I can get a result with it.
Death to all.
You can see how
And all to death.
you can see how it works. I'm not sure I'm happy with the result. It's like learning how to paint. You can see how the brush moves stuff around, but yeah, is it actually good? I don't think it's very good, just because of the way that I've sort of worked with that rig. It does have a jaw movement, which is good, You wouldn't. I don't think you'd just use the jaw on its own, because the shape here is still, it's going jaggedy, which is, it looks weird. You need to move multiple pieces of the mouth, which is why those blend shapes on those other models have already got that factored in. The blend shape is already taken into account when the artist is doing the modeling of it. So anyway, I thought I'd quickly show you that, because SALSA does exactly what it's supposed to do there. But you have to model, you have to integrate this rig and these bones into SALSA to tell it what to move and how much to move and how much to rotate. So yeah, it's a useful activity to understand. Anyway, that's I really don't know if I'm going to use this model, so it's kind of here or there. This one I am definitely going to use, because this one has the blend shapes and the models look like they fit. So I'm definitely going to do some work with this. I can't remember if it actually supports URP. Yes, I think it does, because it's got HDRP stuff in it. I think, actually, I could be wrong. It might have, oh no, there you go. There's a URP version in there. So that's good. It's using Fantasy Horde, so it's done by Polygon Maker, which is the same one that did the Fantasy Horde Villages. That pack doesn't look brilliant, but it's got HDRP and URP parts in this. So when I import this, it's probably going to give me an error, because it may import HDRP, the high definition render pipeline, materials and shaders, and it may try to import high definition render pipeline components in here, which will cause a problem. I need to remove them in order to get rid of the error. I think that's what's going to happen. I could be wrong. It's not generated any errors at this point. Okay, so let's have a look at Polygon Maker Medieval Series Knights. I'm going to move that up into my characters. Don't need that folder anymore. It's fine. Get rid of that. And Knights Plate Armor. And let's just see what's in these folders, because if there's a URP thing in here, I want to call that. Scenes, helmets, okay, Knight Plate, body, source, animations. I think because it's already referenced in the other Polygon one, which is the Fantasy Horde Village, I think it's these ones. There's the shader, and there's the HDRP stuff, which actually isn't needed. It uses URP anyway, so I can get rid of all that. But we'll see, because I'm not convinced I actually want to use this shader anyway. From Polygon, I actually want to try and have all the characters in the game using the Dawn shaders from Quang Fan. Anyway, let's have a look at the scene. I think it may be pink. I'm not totally sure. Yes, it is. So let's do our normal conversion process on this. Render pipeline, upgrade materials. So that standard will translate. So there's actually a mapping. There's a document on the Unity documentation site that actually shows you what will happen with that upgrade process. There's upgrade paths for different material, for different shaders, but a lot of them don't convert. So you've got to do them manually. But that's okay. It kind of gives you a good understanding of how these work. All right, so let's take this first dude. Usual process, sort of assess what we've got here. 5 different knights, prefabs. They've got all sorts of different equipment pieces, which is great. I love the fact that these models have got lots of options to make them look different in different configurations. Here's the armature, and it's a thigh, belly, spine. Spine's the one we want. Okay, and we've got this situation here where we've got a jaw, and hair and hair and hair. So maybe he's got long hair or flowing hair or a bun or something up there. The eyes have got their own transform positions. There's a jaw for the mouth, and there's a helmet. So this may be one of those situations. I can't remember if this is one of the ones that have got blend shapes on it, or whether or not they have. It's just transforms. It may be like the previous one that we just showed you, where SALSA would need to be rigged up to the jaw. I think that may be the case with this one. I won't really know until I get into the model and have a good look at what's actually going on. It's got LOD groups. Knight head. He does have blend shapes. So even though it's got bones for those individual objects, there are actually blend shapes. And in fact, the name of the blend shapes, these E, and DD and Th and F, these and the blinks, these are going to be really, really easy for SALSA to call. So in fact, this pack's going to be very good. All right, let me crack my knuckles and cracking on this one. So let's start with the, that's good. So it's actually on the head. I'm hoping that, okay, so the LOD, that's interesting, something to note. So the level of detail 0, level, which is up close, level of detail 1, level of detail 2. The level of detail 1 and 2, which are further away, don't have the voice mouth shape, blend shapes. Only the close one does, which kind of makes sense. If you're in dialogue with them, they're going to be close enough to see the mouth moving. But if you're further away, because the camera's going to move to a LOD 1 when it gets to some distance, then you actually don't have the blend shapes firing on them, which means they're not going to be visible, which may be okay, because if that LOD is 20, 30 meters away, you probably might not even see the mouth moving anyway. Something to be aware of, that these blend shapes are sometimes very hard to find because they're on some nest. It is a logical place to put it on the head, but it's nested in this prefab in a place that you need to find, and it's not part of the armature. You've got these bones here that possibly could be used to move things around in terms of transforms, but SALSA, I think we're going to ignore all of that, and we'd use blend shapes on head 1, LOD 0. That'd be the most logical place to wire SALSA up. But we've got to add SALSA to this guy at the top level. And of course, there's 5 different knights. So do I try and configure one of these knights with SALSA fully rigged, and then really just apply all these other variants of objects, armor types, to that same one character? And that's pretty much what I did with the Quang Fan female knight, is to load up the one prefab with all the optional clothing, armor, weapon types, rather than have separate prefabs for different knights and then have to wire them up all individually. So I think it's going to be the way to go, is to create one prefab with all of this stuff and have that wired up with SALSA, then have to do SALSA configuration 5 times here. This is going to be a pain. So let's just get them all converted, see what they'll actually look like, because it's kind of all theory at this point. Let's start with the helmet, or the sallet as it's called. So it's lost the shader. We'll have to find the materials for this. So I'm going to do a clothing shader, 2-sided. I'm going to go into the materials for the guys. It looks like there's a helmets folder with textures, and there's a sallet, and there's a D, an MS, an N, and an O. I'm going to assume that the O is the AO, ambient occlusion. The N is going to be a normal. The MS is probably going to be either a mask or a material, and the D is going to be like a detail. And then we'll bring down these values, and hopefully that'll come up trumps. Okay, not too bad. Maybe he wants to be a little bit shinier. We could play with that. Kind of looks a bit like a stormtrooper helmet. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, so something's working here. At least there's a consistent naming convention, so once you figure it out, it's kind of good for all of them. All right, so let's grab let's grab his face. And again, I think probably because I deleted that high definition render pipeline folder, it's probably lost the connection to the material. So one of those things, lesson learned. There's going to be a skin shader, and there's going to be a body source texture, and we actually want to lock the inspector on that. Okay. Hair, scabbard, night plate, cloth, head, skin color. There we go. Roughness, we don't need that. There's an MS, which probably is could be a mask of some sort. Metallic could be a roughness, possibly. Actually, that's a roughness mod, so I think it's probably that one. Normal. Yeah, the normal's working. And what else? Occlusion. Okay, so if we take the helmet off, seem a bit clearer. So he's got, well, a lot of these models typically have the scar. You can see the scar there, so it's painted on from a texture point of view. If I open up the texture file, you can see, if I open it up properly, hang on, I'll take the lock off. There we go. So the texture file itself has the scar there. So I could go into Photoshop and I could repair that with Photoshop. I don't know if there's multiple heads in here. There isn't. Oh, let me do that so I can actually show you what that's about. I'm just double click that. Take a backup copy of it too. I'll make this one scar, and then when I save the other one, it'll be no scar. All right, so Photoshop here, and if I zoom in a bit, I'm not an expert on Photoshop, but I do know how to do a repair if I can find the right tool. Where are you? Repairing, spot healing, and we need to make the brush a bit bigger. And it's not brilliant there. We need to make the brush probably bigger still. It's still not brilliant. So probably a duplicate. Clone stamp. I think you do it that way. Clone stamp not being defined. Alt click. Okay, so you can do Alt click, and then basically you can see it kind of copying the texture from wherever I just did an Alt click. So if I do it close to it, so make the brush bigger, copy that texture to there. You just got to be careful that you don't. So it's surprisingly effective in here. I'm just pressing Alt temporarily, and let's zoom in to do his nose. Control. And this might be a little bit noticeable, but we'll see. Let's do this here. Oh, no, that's not what we want to do. Make the brush smaller again. Okay. So it's copying from there over the top of there. So you've kind of got to pick somewhere nearby so that the color isn't too far off what you've already got, and then gradually sort of work your way along, and hopefully it will become less noticeable. All right. I'm rushing this a little bit just to a little bit of progress. Okay, that's good. All right, so he's still got a scar, but it's not quite as obvious as it was before. All right, let's just save over that one because I already took a backup copy of the one with the scar. So there's one with a scar and one without. I need to do a refresh here to bring in the new one. There's the one with the scar. There's the one without. Now, if I go back to the character and I now apply that material to, he's actually got scars on his head up here as well. If I apply that here, what it's going to do is it's going to change the color of those scars, but it won't change the texture because you can see the normal map is actually telling you that there's the scar is actually embedded in the mesh. That's the normal one that's doing that. So you've got to edit them normal as well. But at least you can kind of see how this process works. So I take him here and I grab that one. That actually, if I get rid of the normal, you can see that's the edit. It's all smoothed out now. So I've taken the normal out. You can see that it's kind of semi-healed. But of course, you need the normal because it doesn't look realistic otherwise. So you need this normal. I need to edit this. So let's duplicate that and call this one scar. And then I'll edit this one to get rid of the scar. So same process again. Get in here. This obviously you're working here with normal maps, so it's what direction does the face of the face of the polygon actually point in? That's essentially what you're looking at here. So I'm going to do that clone tool again. Oh, Alt click and just see if I can repair over this. And we're not worried about the color of it. We're just worried about getting rid of the obvious normals that are standing out here. Nope. It's probably still going to be a little bit scarred, but it should be different anyway. It should be different to what it was before. Okay, let's move that out. He's still a little bit scarred. He's actually got a scar on his lip as well, which I didn't notice before. Okay, let's fix up his nose. Oh, Alt. Gotta get these normals right because if you can see the pink is on the right hand side. If we were to flip it over, it'll mess up the lighting. So you see the pinks on this right hand side, so the blue on this side, and if you don't get that right, it's going to look really weird. It's going to look reversed, and it just won't. It won't look right. This could be a little bit tricky. It's worth having a backup of the materials to go back to if it really screws up. He's going to be scarred, but maybe this is 10 years on. See the smile lines in there. It's kind of gradually fading. All right, and we've got a bit of a one on the lip there, so let's just conceal that a bit. All right, so that's the normal edited to a degree anyway. So let's take that back out, and you kind of need to see it back on the character before it applies. So we've now got, if we refresh this, it'll now read that file in, and we should have the version with and without the scar. So if we now grab the guy and put that scarred one on the normal, we get the scar normal. If we do that one, it should mostly go away. There you go. So you see a bit of a scar. It's the normal that's actually making that show up now. He's not quite as scarred as he was before. So that's how you do it. You can see there that the scar on his lip is still visible, but it's hard to tell if it's the normal that's doing that. It might actually be the fact that I didn't edit the skin itself, possibly. Not too much. There's not a lot of stuff. I'm just going to do that. I might sort of bring that colour back out there. Okay. Quit that. Refresh. Yeah, it's the normal. It's the normal that's making that bit of the scar work out. Anyway, at least I've got a variant now. I've got scarred and unscarred versions of him. That's good. That's good. Let's take the armor. That's plate armor. So let's go clothing shade. Let's make it 2 sides, and we want scenes, shield, weapons. No, it's none of those. It's going to be plate. It's right here. So it's going to be. There's several variants here. Base color, metal and specular by the look of it, normals and ambient occlusion, and then there's 3 variants on the detail, which is the base color. So by the look of it, and roughness, that probably use the metal as a roughness. Something's not right here. We are taking in too much white. Why are we doing that? Metallic roughness. If we take the D in there, no, that doesn't look quite right to me. Looks way too white. Something's pushing the white too high. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of metal reflection off this now. That's better. Metallic boost. And then the roughness should be mostly coming from sort of chromy materials. That's a little bit better. So we should be able to switch out this base color for a different one of these and get a different result. There you go. So there's some variants. And of course, probably the roughness isn't quite working at the moment. I want it to be shiny and chrome, then I need to fiddle with some of these settings a little bit. See if I can get it. Don't like that colour. Let's go back to the main one. I don't like that one either. Let's do that one. Okay. I'm wondering if we can put something else in this roughness mask. That might make a little bit more sense. Okay, so now starting to get the scale armor underneath there, or the chain mail, or whatever you want to call it. That is starting to shine a little bit out. Okay, now we can start to get some shine on it. So that's the leather belt starting to come a bit clearer. It's very matte though, which I don't. It's going to be coming from this mask. So the mask isn't giving it enough information to be able to apply the metallic over this area. It's only affecting the other parts. So I need to pick a different mask, I think, for the roughness. Ah, there we go. The detail one. That works. It certainly works with those settings. And then we should be able to switch out these ones. Yeah, I'm not sure a lot. I'm not sure I'd wear that armor. But it is a variant. Yeah, okay. And O1D. O3D. Yeah, I think I prefer the O3. Okay. Alright, and then the leather is a little bit too shiny. Which one was the leather one? No. Okay. It looks like he's actually equipped for... No, it's not completely for jousting. He's got these armpit protection things in here, but he hasn't got the complete jousting kit. So it looks like foot soldier type equipment to me, possibly with horse riding, but anyway, we'll see. The helmet. Okay, so this helmet I've hidden, but I've only hidden the LOD 0, so let's turn on that. There we go. And the materials are not quite the same as the rest of the armor set, because the sallet itself, the actual helmet, has got its own base material, so I don't want to mess with that too much at the moment. Let's just see how we can get this to look how it's supposed to look, and then work from there. Looks like some sort of sword thing, scabbard. Oh, he's got the sword in his hand. Okay, so the scabbard needs, let's do a clothing shader. I suspect it needs two-sided. Weapons, scabbard. No. Character. Body, source, textures. Scabbard. There it is. Base color. Metallic. Normal. Ambient occlusion. Okay. That looks like it's right. Let's bring those down. Bring those down. Cool. Yeah, so two-sided is working well there. I think if it was single-sided, it would look a bit odd. No, it's actually a two-sided mesh, so it actually goes inside. So it doesn't need a two-sided shader, actually. It's whilst it goes inside, it's got an inside to the mesh, if you know what I mean. This is still facing outwards, even though it's the outside of the mesh. It's just got a convex piece. All right. Let's have a look at these gauntlet things. Dawn shader, and I'm going to assume that is the same. I'm going to assume it's single-sided by the way it's modeled. And these are gloves. Okay, so there's leather and gauntlets, which I'm assuming are iron or metal or something. Metallic, normal, ambient occlusion. Alright, and they're coming out very bright. They need the same. What have I used on this? I've used the plate 1D as the roughness. Okay. Have I got a plate 1D? Nope. I've got a gauntlet 1D. Okay, that's probably not going to go quite the same colour. So the gauntlets are actually quite a different texture to the rest of the armour. Ah, there we go. There we go, the metallic boosts. Okay, that's looking a bit better. Are they leather? They look leather to me. They're not metal. It's stitching on them. Okay, well that could make a lot of sense. Leather, metallic, leather, leather. Yeah, they're leather. Normal. Okay, so they're not supposed to be quite as shiny as that. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Yeah, okay. A little bit too shiny. No. Sword is going to be a clothing shader. Sword, 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 weapons. That's a prefab. Here it is. Alright, detail, base, metal, normal, ambient occlusion. Okay. Looks quite good. I mean, the models look very good. The handle looks quite good. A broadsword or something. Okay, let's bring out the shine on it. Metallic. Isometric view is definitely easier to move around with. Not getting a great deal of reflection on it. I need to get the smoothness up, I think, which means I need the mask in there. That's better. Doesn't help, really. That's better. That's what I'm after. Just tweaking it, just to get the right effect on the material. And that will work nicely. All right, put that back in his hand. Okay, cool. Shield. Let's have a look at this shield from this side. I think it's called a kite shield. Right, we want a. It's going to be a single shot. Shield. There you are. Night 1 and Night 2. I don't know which is which here. Okay, this is named Night 1. Oh, we had something there that was... That's a cool effect. That's very cool. Yeah, nice. Okay. Getting a little bit of meshes intersecting here, which is flickering because they're on the same plane. Not sure there's any way to solve that at the moment. Oh, I know what I could do is take the whole of that object and just scale it up very, very slightly so it's loose on his wrist, potentially. It's a good way of saying it. Yeah, this black is part of this metal and roughness, so getting that balance right is sometimes a bit tricky. I do quite like that effect. It's just like a side effect of the shader, but it's not how it's supposed to look. That's actually not too bad. That's actually, I think, what it's supposed to look like. All right. So he's starting to take shape. Something going on with the... I think, again, this is in the isometric view. You get stuff... Because isometric's forcing perspective and forcing it into an obscure viewport. It's not a natural way to look at things. It's actually having two meshes intersecting on the same plane, which is why you get this flashing. So I think a lot of the stuff we're seeing is because it's an isometric view, because you're not seeing it in perspective view, which is how the game would see it. So even down here, we're not seeing it. Even the fact these meshes are intersecting, it's not flashing the way it would in isometric view. It's just a lot easier to move around the view when you're looking at the object in isometric. You get the same thing with that, with the eyeballs and stuff, but again, in perspective mode, it gets rid of that problem, so I'm not overly worried about it. All right, these guys are definitely usable. I'm going to do quite a bit more work on their armor, I think, because I think there's a way to get these materials to look even more realistic than they are. There's sort of stitching and things here, but it's not totally convincing that it's leather. I suspect I can get a better result. I'm just fiddling a little bit. So even that is, I think, that's better than it did before. So that's a single-sided shader, but it's not causing a problem because the mesh wraps around and goes back down inside the glove. If it stopped here and it was a single-sided mesh, that would be completely transparent on the inside there. And we need a two-sided shader to fix that. So that's not going to be a problem using those single-sided shaders on this. Just the way that they've modeled these. Okay, so that's probably going to be my main guy, and I might put the other equipment onto him, but I need to go fix up these other ones. So this guy's head is really messed up. All right, let's look at let's take it out of perspective mode. There we go. All right, so he's got hair 1 and hair alpha. The hair, yeah, okay. Let's see if we can get something going here with this hair. Body textures, hair D, is that going to work? He's got a second material there. Let's put it on both and see if we can get something. Okay, that's better. Hair D in there. Okay. All right, it's a start at least. And we don't want it completely shiny, but it's a little bit too matte at the moment, if you know what I mean. It's a little bit too sort of coloured cartoon-like. It needs a little bit of variation in the colour, which I think is roughness, probably. Take it out of isometric view. Okay, there we go. And of course I can change the colour, so I can, you know, give him blue hair if need be. So yeah, the colour doesn't bother me. That can just be a variant on it. And I think this guy actually does have the ability to have the hair on him. I just don't know if it's turned on in his model. Hair, yeah, so he does. So whatever I'm fixing on this one, it's coming back to this guy as well, so that's fine. I could probably just turn the stuff on him, and okay, in that case we would turn his hair off. And the coif is basically it's protection for the neck, so it's like chainmail, effectively, that goes over the head, and it can be made of various things. But my understanding of it is that it's like a chainmail sort of equipment piece. Protects the neck. It provides a bit of padding between the head and the helmet, which of course protects you if you get hit with something. This one looks like a material version, possibly. And it could be a sort of metal one. All right, looks like a cloth, possibly a cloth or fabric one. And then the helmet would go over the top, which is this thing, the sallet. So that looks more reasonable than not having the coif. That's unrealistic. You generally have something under the helmet, I think. All right, what else has he got? He's got the plate belt. So look at that. That's looking like that's okay. It's multiple plate belts he's got on there. Okay, it's different shaped armors and things going on. So probably only wear one of the. So this comes back to what I was doing with the female knight, and sort of working out what are the different variations of the equipment. That might be one set, and this might be another set, depending on what's happening with the rest of the armor. So at least the material's looking okay. It's not pink, so that's good. These ones are pink, and that's like an over garment over the top of the armor by the look of it. Let's fix that up. So that's going to be a cloth shader. It's actually got a cloth physics component on it, which means it will move independently as the character moves. And we want to do with that one, that should, right, so this is one of those ones where it does need to be a double-sided shader. You can see it goes invisible along the back, so that definitely is a double-sided shader. There we go. And we need the cloth. So there's 3 variants of the patterns on this, so it's probably got some logo or something on it. McDonald's. Cloth 2 variant. Metallic. No, it's plain. Okay. And normal. And that's it. Okay, so put that in the roughness. Bring them down. They're not going to be metallic at all. They're going to be cloth. I think they could be a bit leathery, but I don't think that's realistic. I think it's going to be cloth like that. Okay, so let's have a look at what these other variants are. Variant 2. Okay, so that one's got fleur-de-lis on it. That's variant 2. Okay, that's quite nice. So it's got griffin, is it griffin tiger thing, lion thing, sorry, not tiger. And we got that. Okay. Cool. Well, they look very good, so that's working well. This belt looks too shiny for my liking. But it's using the same material as it's using the plate material, so that's odd. So I might give a different material to this belt mesh because it looks like it doesn't necessarily belong. It's hard to tell. Is there a belt material? No, but I could create one. Yes, I think I will create one because I want to be able to change that material independently from the rest of the plate armor. So it's a copy of that. So if we now apply night belt to there, now I should be able to tailor that independently of the rest of the armor and not worry about it. So I can okay, that's better. Happy with that. All right. Where do we have? We cloth, that one there. Okay, so that's culling it when it gets closer. So something there's culling in the camera there, which is, or clipping, I think. I think it's just an editor thing. Can't really tell without having a LOD group there to see what the culling stuff is about. Anyway, what else we got in here? Gloves, leather. Okay, gauntlets. They definitely look like they are leather. But then you've got these ones that are leather, so that's weird. Gloves, gauntlet, gloves, leather. Well, they definitely look leather. They don't look... They've got stitching down them, so they can't possibly be metal. Odd. Okay, I'm going to configure them the way that they've defined them. And we'll see what we get. Normal. Inclusion. So I'm going to take the leather off this and I'm putting gauntlet back on. Yeah, okay, they do look better now. They do look metal. Maybe I did something wrong the previous time. Okay. Let's see if we can get the metal back up. Yeah. I don't know what I did before. Maybe I took a normal or something. That might have been it. I might have a leather normal in there. That's what it was. That's what was making the stitching appear. Was the leather normal. So I need the gauntlet normal. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That looks like plate. I need to get the colour to kind of match the rest of the armour, but that's pretty close. All right, so he's now got a set of leather gauntlets and a set of metal gauntlets. What is going on there? What is going on there? He's got some pink, something pink going on there as well. Okay, something's gone screwy there. That is definitely not leather. Materials. Gloves. Leather. Yeah, okay. I don't know why changing the leather gloves is affecting him having different... Oh, it's really weird. Right, let's take this apart one at a time. Gloves, leather 1. Right, this is going to be Dawn Shader, clothing, textures, leather, base, metallic, normal, ambient occlusion. Okay, that does not look right. What the hell is going on with that? I've done something wrong. That's what I've done wrong. I've got the gauntlet in the metallic. Normal. Occlusion, right. That's better. At least keeping consistent now. Somewhat. Right. Take off those 3. Go back on these 3. These should be metal. Okay. Still cropping out that cloth thing. When I get close, that is odd why that's doing that. Okay. Hair is working. Gloves are working. Gauntlets are working. Okay. What else you got? Plate, belt. Yes, they look like they're working. And I think I'm going to put the belt material on that one. And okay, he's got 2 belts on at the moment, which is overkill. These should really be in LOD groups, which is part of it. As I'm clicking them, it's selecting them. They really need to be in LOD groups, so that needs to be fixed up, I think. Okay, they're looking okay. All right, plate body, plate legs. Yep. Plate body, plate shoulder pads. And they look, so the shoulders are the pauldrons, I think. So they are going to be right and left side independently by the look of it. So that's one there. Looks like it's using the same material as the armor. That's good. And the right side. So they are matching. They're not always matching it on the when they're jousting. Sometimes the left and right side are different because of the way they hold the lance. And you need to make room for the protection and those sort of things. All right, so that's one set. Take them off and put these ones on. They're a different set. So that's good. These are 2 sets of equipment. That's good. Got some belts. And okay, so what I want to do now is see if he's got any other variants, and I think he has, because one of these got a helmet bassinet visor, which is actually in the rigging of the head, so it's in the armature, which I've had with the female knight as well, where some of the mesh information is actually stored in the armature, which RPG Builder can have a bit of a problem with, because if it's going to deactivate part of that to hide it, you don't want it deactivating part of the armature. So I think I'm going to find the same thing with this one guy, because I think these armor sets are pretty similar. So probably if we look at his, let's put spine 1 at the top. I need to put the prefab. Okay, I don't want to mess with the prefab too much. Neck, yeah, okay. So there's the sallet. No, so he doesn't have the same helmet as the other guy. So I'm going to need to probably move some of these things around. I just hope I don't have to create 5 different prefabs. Oh, maybe I do. I just don't have to rig 5 different prefabs, but let me put it that way. Okay, so spear. Actually, what I should do is save. That's bound to be concave. Sorry, convex. It's not really concave. Weapons, materials, spear, detail, metal, normal, opacity. So we can get it looking a bit shiny. Spear detail in there. Looking pretty good. Oh, I'm just getting rid of that black bit. That's better. It's lost its shine again. That's better. Cool. And the woods should look. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's fix up these other guys. I might have to actually merge these guys together to make one prefab that's got all the variants in it, rather than all these separate pieces. It could just be the materials on it, of course. No, it's not just the materials, because this prefab guy here doesn't have the mesh for the helmet piece that this guy has. This front piece here, this bassinet thing, is only attached to this prefab. Okay. Shield. Okay, this is Knight 2 variant 1. Knight 2 variant 1. Base color. And metallic. Okay, that's good. Normal. And ambient occlusion. Okay. some light on it. Cool. All right. And this guy, what do I do with this guy? Yeah, he actually then, in theory, his clothing should actually be the first version. Because it looks like these have got the different, the materials need to match up with the textures, otherwise I'm going to get really confused. All right. Let's take this plate. And that is hopefully going to work as a single-sided shader. What is this? This is a plate armor. So this is his whole armor set. So this needs to be plate. And here's number 2. Plate 2D. And then they share the same metallic. So it's just the detail that's, or the base color that's changing. Normal. Ambient occlusion. And I'm going to put the base color in over that mask. Pull those down. Okay, all right. Let's see if we can get you looking like you're not a stormtrooper. Actually, that's not too bad. Yeah. Okay. Cloth. Yeah, it looked like the single-sided shader worked okay for that armor. That's good. Cloth 2. Metallic. Yeah, okay, that's looking about right. Cloth 2, metallic, normal. Cloth 2. There's no ambient occlusion on it. Okay. Now this does need to be two-sided because of this. It's better. His face is looking very shiny, which I think I can reduce the shininess. Skin roughness. What is that? That's an MS. Roughness mask. Oh, definitely want to put that in there to allow some control over that. All right. Roughness, lip nails. Roughness. It's very, very shiny. Yeah, make skin roughness make any difference. Hair cap roughness. We haven't got a hair cap on, so that's fine. Scattering. Okay. Shadow. Okay. I will have to have a bit of a play with that. I'm pretty sure there's a way to get that being less shiny. It's not too bad, but it's a little bit too shiny. So I think it's a metallic thing happening. Either with this roughness. Yeah, it's something I need to control this roughness with the appropriate mask, I think. Anyway, right. So what else has he got that he... No, okay, so he needs the shield fixed. Did I not do that? I thought I did that. Oh, I did... okay. Well, that's interesting. So the shield LOD 1 and the shield LOD 0 have different materials associated with them. Oh, that's odd. Or different... is that right? Is that right? Mesh, I need to open up the mesh renderer. Yes, they do. So Night 1 has Night 2 variants. Oh, that's really odd. Who is this guy? He's Night 2. Why has he got Night 1 stuff? That's not right. Materials. Night. Shield. Night. Shield. Oh god, this is confusing. Shield. Well, that one's Night 2 variant 1. And then LOD 2 needs to have that as well. Variant 1. There we go. That's better. Okay. Make this consistent at least. Alright, he's mostly done. Let's have a look at this guy. So we've got some sort of polearm halberd thing. We need the grid on. That's better. It's very satisfying when you get it in the right configuration where it looks like it should, looks like it belongs in that configuration. Shiny there. The wood is a little bit matte, but a little bit shiny. Yeah, that's about right, I think. Cool. All right, what else you got? You've got a helmet thing. Helmet, great helmet. Okay, yeah, it is pretty good. That's going to be a... I'm going to assume that is going to be a double-sided. Helmets. Textures. Great. Yes, it is. Base. Metallic. Normal. AO. something going on up there. Not quite sure what. It's probably... Oh, no, it's not even to do with the isometric view. Okay, so that could be a bit of a problem. We've actually got the mesh of the coif thing popping through. Oh, it's gone. I don't know what happened there. Oh, it's only on LOD 1 and 0, so that's when it's much further away. So LOD 1 and 0 is when you're looking at it from a distance. So LOD 0 is good. All right. That actually looks pretty good. That metal's working quite well. Yeah, nice. Cool. Something's happening there. I don't know what's going on with this viewport. It's going on. It's got to be switching out a LOD somewhere. Okay, let's get all these materials sorted out, and then I'll worry about the LODs. Shield Knight 1, okay. Shield Knight 1. D. MS. Normal. Ambient occlusion. This was the first one I did. D. Okay. So does that mean that this guy's shield? So he should be Shield Knight 2. He should be that one then. Well, that doesn't make any sense because this guy's shield. Something very odd with the naming of these assets. Plate 2. Yeah, okay. All right, let's get rid of all this pink, and then I'll come back and fix stuff in terms of naming. This is single-sided armor. Plate 3. Plate 3 detail. Plate 3 roughness. Plate MS. Plate normal. Plate occlusion. Cool. It's looking a little bit better. Still looks very grey. It doesn't look chromy. It looks like it's painted grey. Whereas the helmet looks more metallic. So I'm thinking it's something to do with metallic boosts, but getting the right settings, that's a little bit better. Very, very fiddly. It's definitely a combination of these settings. Okay, it's getting there. That's better than it was. All right, he's getting there. So hopefully it's just switching these variant options in there. Okay, this guy's got a completely different helmet. What's he got? He's got some sort of a barbute. Barbute. I'm going to make that, I think it's single-sided because it's all curved underneath, so I think they've wrapped the mesh around it, which is good. Okay, so that's the LOD 0, 1 and 2s. Cool. We want helmets, 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 materials, bar boot, base color MS, metallic, normal, and heavy occlusion, and that there. Okay, that was fairly quick. Okay. I'm not totally convinced with that cloth. Coif, I want it to be. Yes, it has got interlinked chains in it, so it's not just cloth. There's like a canvas underneath, and then it's got this chain stuff on it. So I think getting the texture right could make a difference as to whether this looks like chainmail coif. It's not far off it here. A bit more shine on the metal. That's it. Yeah, no, it's not. Still getting shine on the underlying cloth. So I only want the chain to actually be shiny and the other parts not. I wonder if I put the metallic in there, whether that'll make a difference. No, it's making the cloth shiny in there. So it's almost the inverse of that. So maybe the AO might make a difference here. That's a little bit better. Yeah, all right. I'll take too long over it. I'll now get it finished. All right, so shield, and this guy is shield 2 variant 3. Shield textures, shield 2 variant 3. Okay. Whoa. Shield 2 variant 3. Metallic. Yep. Good. Normal. Occlusion. And shield 2 variant 3 in there. All right, let's see if we can get it looking a bit shiny on the metal parts. Okay. It's got a dent in it, which is a cool effect. Cool. All right. That's looking okay. Let's see what else he's got. All right. Well, the weapon, that looks like a mace of some sort. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit better. This one after. Sort of a dulled colour. Not too shiny. Darker, yeah. A little bit less shiny. Let's find the right balance. Alright. That'll have to do for now. Okay. Right. What else you got? Knight plate 4 armor. Okay. Let's do that. Let's have single-sided and textures knight plate 4 base metallic normal ambient occlusion. I need the texture in there to make it pop. There we go. Cool. Next. This actually does need the two-sided shader. You can see it already. There we go. And this one is cloth 2 variant 3. Okay. Cloth 2 variant 3. O cloth. There's no O. Yeah, it does need to be double-sided. Otherwise, it will just be invisible when it's. And if it's cloth, it's going to move around, so you don't want it disappearing in the view. These should come right down, so that's fine. Okay. And his shield actually goes with his cloth cover, whatever that cloth shirt thing is. His shield goes with his uniform. His doesn't. And I'm not sure what they're doing with that one. Anyway, let's finish this last guy. And then I'm done, I think. Alright, that's got to be a great sword, isn't it? A bastard sword. Weapons, textures, bastard sword. Let's start with that. It's getting shiny. It's so they look like leather straps on the handle. So that looks about right. It's then a little bit more matte on the pommel up here. The blade is looking a little bit too aluminium-y. So I need to bring that out. I don't want to lose what I had before there. That's almost getting there. God, it's fiddly. Come on. Shiny blade, not a shiny handle. It's too light. That's a bit better. Okay. Not sure about the blue, but I think that could just be the way it's reflecting the sky. That yeah, that looks okay. It's looking okay. All right, move that back in. Hold on to that. All right, let's take your bassinet thing, which is now actually in the armature. So I'm assuming that it actually, this part probably rotates up, or it should. Not the helmet, maybe just the bassinet piece. Right. Visor. Maybe it's just the position that that's supposed to. Anchor point is probably here. So it's probably supposed to rotate on this anchor point as its origin, like that, I would imagine. Anyway, it's not going to do anything unless I rig it up to actually do something. Let's get it sorted from a materials point of view. That's what I should have looked at, is whether or not it's going to require. No, yeah, I think a single-sided is fine. So we want helmets, bassinet, D, MS, normal, occlusion, and D again in there. Okay. He's got some hair coming out the back. I think it's just because his hair is turned on wherever his hair is. There you go. Hair turned off because he's wearing his helmet. Doesn't need the hair on. Yeah, that looks good. The shininess is working. Cool. Shield. I like to think if this pack had about 100 different soldiers in it, it's going to be a lot of faffing around. You kind of want one soldier that you can then put all the stuff on and then just tell Blink RPG to equip him with, different things. So I'm going to need to figure out how to merge some of these objects onto the same prefab, I think. Just make life a bit simpler. Actually, unless I can rig SALSA and then copy it between these prefabs. They could be nested, so I might be able to do it on the origin of the prefab. So, yeah, don't know yet. What am I doing? Shield. This is shield number 2, variant 2, 2v2. Okay. MS, O, and normal. Okay. That's working a bit better. Oh, I've put it on the mask, that's why. I should have put it on the metal. That's better. That's what I want to do. Okay, that's good. Last one. Hopefully this is the last one. A bit sick of it after a while. Two-sided. Yeah. And this is Night 2 version 2. Night 2 version 2 base. Night 2 version 2. Cloth MS. That's the metallic. There we go. The normal. Cool. All right. Pretty happy with that. So the check is if I look at the materials in the materials folders and I scroll through them and look for anything that's pink, that will just let me know if there's any. There you go. So there's a cloth 2 that isn't used in the scene because it's not rendering anywhere. So I think it's one of these two guys should have cloth 2 on his whatever this thing's called, the shirt thing. He's cloth 1, and the LOD is called cloth 1. Is it this guy? He's cloth 1 as well. The hell? Okay. Well, okay. Let's put a cloth 2 on him. and see if we can get that going as a variant. Two side. And textures, cloth 2, base color, cloth 2, MS, and N. Okay, it's almost the same as this one. This is cloth 2 variant 1. It is a different variant though. Anyway, let's have a look at the rest of the material, see if there's any other pink stuff here, because that'll highlight there's a problem somewhere. And we'll have a look at the helmets. Materials, not textures. I think they've all got the... okay, so there's a great gold helmet. So, someone's missing a helmet. I think it's this guy. Pit armor. Okay, so they're okay. Shoulder. Where is your helmet? He's got a coif. No, he hasn't got a coif on either. The coif is normal. Okay, so the coif is shared between them all. Someone's missing a helmet. Gloves. So they're sharing the leather gloves. Cloth. Head, plate, belt. Yeah, that's okay. Legs. Pit armor. Yeah, that's fine. Shoulders. Yeah. Shoulders. Well, he's not wearing the helmet even if he's got one. It's not attached to him at all. I think it's one of these. That's a great helm, and there's a great one gold. So maybe the material can just be put onto this material here, and we see if we can get the other textures assigned to it. So this would be a single. I'm going to assume it says double, I think. Textures, great one, gold. Well, there is no gold. So they've created a material, but they haven't put a texture on it. Okay. Well, let's at least make the material valid. We can do it as a variant. So we get a gold looking thing. Now, isn't that how you make gold? Just add some yellow to it, don't you? I think you need much. Okay, so there's two different materials on that now, or two different. Okay, so the darker one and the gold coloured one. All right, and then the salet's got a red variant as well. So wherever the salet is, who's got the salet? That's not that. That's above it. Is a salet this one? Yes. Okay. So if we take the salet and we put salet 1 red, and I don't know. Let's see if there's a material for that. Let's make that double-sided just to be sure. Helmets, textures, salad. No, there's no red salad either. Okay, well, we'll create one just to be on the safe side. Metallic, normal, ambient, roughness. Okay, and add a bit of red to it. Yeah, not quite working how I wanted it to. Okay, that's kind of red coloured. All right. Oh, we've got the normal one, which is more black than I wanted it to be. Cool. Not a great deal of difference between that and the other material, though. A little bit of difference. Anyway. All right. So they are now looking pretty good. Let's check if there's any other materials that are still pink, which would suggest other variants that have been worked on that haven't necessarily been finished. They look all good. Weapons, I think they're probably all good. Oh, there's a knife. Who's got a knife? And they're not showing it. Knife. There's no knife mesh. So there's a material. There's no mesh for it. Okay. Not that it's a problem. I've got plenty of knife models elsewhere. All right. I think that's good. I think what I want to do now is consider whether to sort of reorganize these assets a little bit, because I don't like the way there's 5 prefabs that have different configurations of armatures and different. Yeah, it's going to make it complicated. If I want this guy with this red with the bassinet thing from this guy, that could be a problem. Okay. So look what you got. That's a bit of, okay, that was just a LOD issue there. So, okay, obviously the mesh of the helmet at that distance is allowing the coif to pop through the mesh. But it doesn't do it up close, so that's all right. What else do I really want to look at here? I'm pretty sure this guy's cloth thing is not quite right. I think that should be a different material. No, cloth. One of these is not quite right. Textures. We're looking for blue and yellow because it's got blue pants, which suggests something's going on right. Blue and yellow fleur-de-lis. It's going to be this one. There we go. That's, I think, what he's supposed to look like. So, again, the name doesn't necessarily match up with the cloth 2 variant 1. Yeah, maybe it does. Cloth 1. Okay. Anyway, all right. His hair is popping through. That's no good. Okay, I would say that they're now at the point that they would have been if I'd brought them in with URP, but at least now they're wired up to the Dawn shader, which is consistent with the player characters. So it's going to use the same shader capabilities as the players. These are not players, these are NPCs. There'll be multiple types of NPCs, but multiple flavors. And I want them in dialogue, so I want to wire these up to SALSA. So the question is whether to try and wire up 5 separate dudes with SALSA, or in my view probably wire one of them up in SALSA and then add these other objects to that guy and use RPG Builder to hide and show and hide them, like these basically exactly like what we've got here with these shoulder pads. RPG Builder can turn that off and turn them on depending on the configuration, which means all of this stuff, all these other helmets and things, can actually on the same guy, and you just turn on and off the variants. I think that's what I want to do. And then you've got a prefab instance in the scene, one guy with this turned on, and another instance of the same guy with this stuff turned on and a different pattern on his shirt and everything, and he of course would have a different voiceover and different blend shapes perhaps configured, so it makes a bit of variation. But that way I'm going to try and manage all these different combinations of 5 different prefabs of the same guy. I think that's going to be the answer. The issue I've got is that the structure of these is very slightly different, because the guy at the end's got this bassinet thing, which is in the armature, which does suggest that this should be rotating up the bassinet visor. If I can put this in play mode, whether they do anything. I don't know if they've got animators on them. Do you have an animator? Yes, you do. You don't have a controller. Okay, so it's not going to do a great deal. They're probably just going to stand in T-pose then. Yeah, not going to do very much at all. It's fine. I wonder whether this guy's blend shapes includes the bassinet, and it's And that could be how they've done it. So I need to find the dudes. What is it? Head. Blend shapes. Okay, there's your blinks. Tired. Pain. Sill. P. What those are. These would be mouth shapes, which we can't see, but I don't think any of these are going to move the helmet up. So I don't think they've done it with the bassinet. Let's go back to the first guy. But I'll sort this out because I'm going to waste a lot of time by firing up SALSA and wiring it into his blend shapes. I need to find that I'm going to end up using this guy instead. Let's take that off. Let's take that off. Let's put his hair back on so he looks like a dude, and see if we can get him doing meaningful things. Okay, so he's got ow, o, e, r. Okay, so they've got quite a variety of mouth shapes here. SALSA only needs a few of these. I think SALSA might overdo it if it uses too many of these. So some of these are going to look quite good for sill. I don't know what sill is. What is sill? Sill. I don't see anything moving at all with that one. Link left. Link right. Tired. That does look tired. Makes me feel tired. That does. It's cool. Surprise. Sad. Happy. Idle. Doesn't do anything. Okay. So that's the question. Is it worth wiring him up with SALSA? And is there anything in this guy that I'm missing because it's wired up to this guy in 5? Or do I wire up 5? I need to kind of compare them and see what's different about them. Okay, they all look like they've got the same shoulder pad pieces. Yes, that might be the way to do it, is to take this guy, turn on everything, and just do a visual compare of how different it is to the second guy. He doesn't have a helmet, is what I'm saying from that. The second dude, he has no helmet configured. Okay. So the armor sets look, from a mesh point of view, look identical at this point to me. The materials and the textures are different. The weapons are different. The helmets are different. Okay, so 1 looks the same as 3. 2's missing a helmet. 4 got some gauntlet and hair things. Hang on, that's 4, that's 5 guy. Okay, so this guy here, he's got a different weapon and a different helmet. Other than that, he looks like he's got the same. The armor mesh is the same. The materials can be switched, that's fine. Okay, so this is the only guy that's got a special rigging in the helmet, because it's wired into the armature. Tail. What? Tail? Is it rigged with an animal tail? Okay, that's weird. Okay. All right, guy 5. Same armor mesh as guy 4, different helmet, but the helmet is actually wired into the armature. Where are you? Spine 1. I can't move because it's prefab. Right, so bassinet. She's got shield attached to the armatures. Yeah, and the weapon. And okay. I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to use guy 5 as my base character, because if I want to use some sort of bassinet armature raising the helmet, he flips the helmet up. I want that armature there rigged in, ready to go. So let's just have a look at his setup and see if there's anything special about how he's got blend shapes on the helmet or something. LOD group, helmet mesh, materials. Nope. So there's nothing funny going on here. It's all stock standard stuff. So the only blend shape should be on the head. Well, a head 1 and head 2. So head LOD 0 is the one I'm interested in for SALSA. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay. So, take this dude. I'm going to take a copy of, I'm going to duplicate him. What's this called? This is called Knight's Plate Armor. I'm going to call this NPC Knight. Unpack him completely. All right, and I need to move him out of the way. So let's move him over here. All right, let's have a look at you. So let's take the helmet off for the time being. In the coif, right? And we want to, at this level, add SALSA. Need an audio source, need a Q processor, add an emoter, and ready to put some visemes in. So let's go to the audio source. Chuck some night, because I've got lots of night audio, so that's fine. Audio voiceovers, night, stock lines. I need you locked in place, right? LOD group, no. Okay, audio clip. Okay, so we've got an audio clip attached. Q processor, link that. And the emoter, I need to do the emotes. let's get the voice. Let's get the voice configured first, because the emotes, there's lots of different variations on the emotes we can do. So references. Okay. So we want some visemes, and the visemes can match the blend shape names just to make it easier. So what I'm going to do is create a new inspector window, add a tab, inspector, plonk this one out here, pick his head and pin that, and now I've got the blend shapes available on the head that I can reference when I'm building the SALSA call to those blend shapes. So that's good. All right, I've got the name of them as well, so that's cool. So we want, I need to look at my reference here for blend shapes. So this is from SALSA's documentation. So WFTTHOWEEOO. Okay, so I kind of want to match. I'm just going to put it over here for a second. I'm going to want to match those viseme names. So I'll create 6 viseme names, and I want to name them W. Viseme 2 is F. So these are the sounds that they make effectively. Viseme 3 T. Viseme 4 TH. Viseme 5 L. Viseme 6 ooh. Okay, so going back here, we should be able to effectively make a single call. We need the head, so we need the viseme skin mesh renderer. We want to use blend shapes, that's correct, and we want the head, night head 0 is the one we want to control in dialog up close. So if we're in this far away and it's using LOD 1, then this isn't going to do anything. This isn't going to animate anything. And we want to call, this is W, so we should have a W sound somewhere. Don't tell me we haven't got a W. Right, let's see what these shapes. Silent. That must, SIL must mean silent. P. Let's just look at my references here. So W is more of a pursed look. And you blend these together as well. They can make new blend shapes. So you can call multiple blend shapes in the same, multiple blend shapes and different components in the same viseme. Okay. They're all wide mouth shapes at the moment. I need something that's a bit pursed. That could be it. Whoa. Are any of these? They don't match up totally with the stock standard set of. Certainly, the documentation for SALSA suggests using these ones. It doesn't recommend it, but it kind of. That's what the thread. CH. That's probably close to it. Pursed shape. It might actually be a combination of 2 blend shapes to get the right shape here. And of course, it may not even matter, because with this variety, when he's talking, they're just going to fire different shapes. I think I want to use that one. So it's OU. And we're going to go to 50 on OU. So that W sound, let's do an OU there. That's a W. Yep. So it's going to be the lowest level that fires. The F, I think he's got an F. He's got an F. Looks like he's about to swear. We need the head in there, and we need F at 100. Yep, cool. So we've got an F, and we've got a T. I think we've got a T somewhere. T. We've got TH. Yeah, that could work. KK could work. Okay. So we'll go KK. T. Yep, that could work. TH. There is a TH in here. So it's TH at 100. We've got an L. Which could be L. Yep. And an U. Now, what's that going to be? You want this kind of to be the most open, so that's probably an O there, but it might be a combination of two things. Yeah, with an IH as well. Yeah. E. It could be an E. Okay, let's do an E as well. So I'm going to add a second component to this one just to make it a little bit more expressive. Scroll down. And I want to, let's copy the same skin mesh renderer from that. I want to do E to 100. So this is now going to, when I preview this, it's firing both of those at 100. So now that they're configured, let's make a curve. So it distributes the audio, will trigger these at these levels. And let's put on dynamics, advanced dynamics, and save the scene and give it a shot.
I will have my vengeance.
Not bad for a single go. So you just got to kind of organize these into the most likely sequence of sounds. So some of these blend shapes, they look like they're sort of wide. There's one there. I could put in a CH in there somewhere. Let's do, no, let's not. Let's leave it as it is. It's kind of working quite well.
I will have my vengeance.
That works really quite well. Let's chuck some other audio in and see what he does. Where's your audio file? There it is.
I am low on health.
Are you? Okay, let's say something interesting.
You will be remembered.
Works. It's quite effective. Surprisingly good. So yeah, I'm quite happy with that. So that's the Vizims configured on the dude with the bassinet helmet. So if he's wearing the helmet, which I can put back on, which is down here. Obviously you don't see it when the helmet's on, but if he's wearing one of the other types, it should do it. Now the question is, if I've applied that to this guy, it won't have applied it to the prefabs on the other guys. So the other guys won't have SALSA installed, I don't think. Pretty sure they won't have. No, they're not going to have it. And that's okay. At least I know the materials can be dropped onto this guy, and if need be, some of the other objects as well, some of the equipment types. Cool. So he's basically almost ready. I want to just I want to just sort out his eyes and what's going on here? I need to see SALSA. There we go. SALSA. So let's do the eyes and then the motor. So let's add eyes. Link to the existing Q processor and head configuration. Okay, so we don't need SALSA lip sync anymore. We don't need that. Okay, head template. So this is where it gets a bit tricky, is to figure out how to animate the head. I think bone rotation. Let's try XY. Head. Bone transform. We need the bone transform of his head. This is going to be in the armature, and it's going to be that one. Okay. Eye configuration. So this is where it's going to get tricky. Bone rotation. Has he got eyes? They're part of the mesh. So it may be tricky to actually control where he's looking, because while I can make him blink, I can't move his eyes, I think. I know he's got transforms. Even on his ears. What the hell? Transforms on his ears. Well, that's not doing anything. He does not have transforms on his eyes, on his ears. Oh, there's his eyes. Why would he have transforms on his ears? Okay, well, it's just a location. Okay, all right. Problem solved. I think I've got it. Yeah, okay, so we can make him look around. Cool. So, let's see if we can get you working. I'm not totally convinced with the material on the eyes. Airplane dynamic clipping. Not totally convinced with the eyes. I think I want to switch the eye materials, but let me just see if I can wire this up. So we've done the head. We need the eye configuration. Eye template, bone, rotation, blend shapes, no. This is going to be a rotation, bone position. It's going to be a bone rotation. Okay, let's make that left eye. Let's make that right eye. Let's make that left eye. And let's make that right eye. So again, you've got a config, and then you've got a component inside it that actually you can have multiple components within it. So if you had multiple components to the eye, you could configure them together in this one container. I think that's basically how that works. So we need the bone transform of the left eye. Left eye in there. Okay, I think that's done. We need the bone transform of the right eye in there. Okay. And then we need the eyelid configuration. So with the eyelid configuration, that is actually a blend shape because they're these. So we want to do blend shapes for this one. And there's quite a few, so take this step by step. We need a renderer for the eyelid, so that is going to be that's going to be the head. Whoop, not the hair. That's going to be the head renderer, I think, because the yeah, because the eyes and the eyelids are part of the head mesh, which is going to get rendered. So I think that's the right skin mesh renderer. So I need to put them into these ones as well. And it's also what's going to call the blend shapes on these, so that's why I need them on that. So, all right, so they're all blue. And I now need to set this blink properties. Eyelid 1, eyelid 2. So this is going to be left eye. It's going to be right eye. Okay. Blink properties. Okay, so that's expression. Okay, set eyelid. All right. Direction type. Always get confused with this. Is this part of the eye configuration or the eyelid? This is part of eyelid configuration. Right. So if that's the case, then it should be. The shape is. No, it's not a blend shape. Yes, it is. It's a blend shape. Blink left. Okay, so if we display the preview mode. So maybe this is the where the eyelids go when you're looking up. Well, I'll do that fairly open then. Left eye, upper. Oh, there's only one there. All right. I'll try and keep this simple. A little lower, a little lower. All right. Well, let's do the same on both then. Blink left. All right. Eyelid 1. Blink right. And no, what's going on here? It's blink right. Should be blink left. Right, blink left. Right, so that's good. And this one should be blink right. Okay. All right. So he should be firing blinks because you only tell it about one side, the left side or the right side. And I think it will blink both of them together. So whilst you can preview them separately, I think they get fired together. I think that's what I did. I'm not sure he's going to look around much. But I did configure the eye using bone rotation. I just haven't told it. Did I tell it? No, I think I told it about the eye. Yeah, I gave it the eye transforms. So hopefully it will look around a bit with these parameters, the clamp degrees, the random field of view. I can get a gizmo here, which is interesting. Somewhere in here you can generate the gizmo. All right, I'll come back to that. I might play that and see how that goes. And then I'll get on to the emotes.
You will be.
Something's gone on with the...
Remember.
Okay, yes. Okay, he's blinking. And he's looking around a bit. Cool. That is exactly how it's supposed to work. All right. He's not got any emotes, so he's not going to do his smile or any of these other things. But you can see him, it's firing off the blinks, which are pretty fast. These are probably going to be some of the emotes. And anything else that you can manipulate. So basically any of the jaw, the ears, the eyes, the eyebrows. It doesn't look like he's got eyebrow controls or anything like that. So you can't make him furrow his brow unless it's been wired into the blend shapes. But he's doing his look around. That's really good. Head configuration, target offset, rotation, clamp. So you can clamp how much he turns his head. And you can give him a target to look at, which is useful when he's in dialogue with the player. And the eye configuration here, I should be able to do stuff to it. Vertical and horizontal. Let's go 180 and 180 and see if he... And we need to probably do that on the head too. To rotation clamp 180 and 180. Okay. All right, there you go. So you can, periodically he's going to look in some random direction within these extents. So you don't want them too excessive. So I probably want to undo those changes. But at least I know how it controls it now. I suspected that's what it may do, but I wanted to see it for myself. So yeah, that's all working quite well actually. He's in his idle. And this isn't anything to do with the animator yet in terms of what he's doing with his body and his hands. Is just literally, he's just looking around. So I think I'll add some of these in as emotes, and then I'll tweak how often it does them. I think he's walking around like that all the time. And of course, if he says something while he's in his surprise mode, so if I fire off his audio when he's like that, so I want SALSA. Preview not available. Play.
You will be remembered.
It doesn't quite work when he's at full, but if he's like that, that might work.
You will be remembered.
It's better if he's in his idle state when they do that. So you don't want to kind of lock in these modes, but it should be firing these in between when he's speaking. So if you kind of wire him up to be a little bit sad and a little bit angry and a little bit happy,
You will be remembered.
you make him sort of concentrate when he says it. So SALSA's really good for this. Quite enjoying playing with this stuff. All right, so let's configure the emoter. So the eyes are done, the emoter. Okay. So nothing's been done yet. We've got the Q processor. We need to create emotes, and then we can start fiddling with the frequency of them. So emote 0, I'm going to make happy. And that is going to have the head as its renderer. And it's a blend shape that I'm calling, not a bone. Happy. And 100's pretty damn happy. I think he'd look like a bit of a weirdo if he was like that all the time. So I reckon 50% happy is happy enough. It's Dark Ages. You can't be 100% happy then. Okay, so we can preview that. So periodically it's going to animate toward that, and then it's going to animate away from it. So you're going to do this little smile, and that'll be it. We're going to have angry, which I think far more likely to happen in medieval times. And so angry will allow to go to 100. We'll have sad definitely. Medieval times we're going to have 100 on that, and you can overclock these. So if you scroll one of these to 100, and then you can't go past it on this bar, but if you grab it here, you can over. Really sad. You can overcook it, and you can undercook it as well, so you can kind of go back the other way. So if you've got something that raises something, you can actually make it lower it by taking it in the negative direction. That looks evil. The opposite of sad is evil, I think. So that's quite... but you got to grab it in here where it's beyond the 0. Okay. So angry. Okay, the opposite of angry is that. Opposite of happy. Yeah, none of these are really looking good when they go negative. So the opposite of a blink is to make your eyeball really pop out. So they can be added in here as emotes, by the way, even though they're negative. So all right, so sad, we've got component that goes to 100, and you can mix them. So you can have multiple blend shapes being called to different degrees by this one emote, which can then be controlled frequency wise. So what have we got? Surprise. Surprise. Let's have another one. What have we got? Pain. Yes. Pain. And you can call these programmatically from the game. So, maybe after a battle, you feed into this character a parameter that's going to drive the pain one higher and do it more often, increase the probability of it. So, yep, that's good. So that should, yep. What else is left? Pain. Tired. Yes, definitely. Tired. Okay. The blink cycles are done by his eye controller. What does SALSA call it? Eye randomize is what they used to call this product, this part of it. And then the rest are mouth shapes. So I think that's all we're going to need. The emote thing here, we should be able to click these, see them, and see the extents. So if we've done a little bit too much, we might want to scale back the control on that to say it's less than that. Okay, I think that's probably about as surprised as he's going to get. Sad. So let's do this again. So sad. Yeah. That's pretty sad. That's very sad. Let's roll back on the sad, because these are just random events. So it's more like it. Unhappy, I would call that. Pain. Yeah, lots of pain. Tired. Full tired. Tired 100%. So that's what they are. Now we need to tell it what's going to make them fire and whether they're going to repeat. I'm just going to do random on all of them. You can do them so that if you had eyebrows that you could control, you can do them for emphasis, so that when they do the voiceover, the lip sync, it's going to fire these on emphasis. So tired. I can make him tired when he's talking. I think it's going to be interesting to watch that. And that should be it. Save. Let's see what he does. doing his look around. He's not firing off any emotes at the moment. I don't think he's firing. No. Oh, yeah, he is. He is. There he goes. He's doing it. So you can see it scrolling up to the maximum and then back down again. So if it's a little bit too much, then you set the maximum a little bit lower. So it's picking them randomly and it's distributing them. When he speaks, he should look tired. So let's try that. So let's go to, we want SALSA, emoter, play.
You will be remembered.
Yeah, so his eyes looking a little bit tired when he speaks.
You will be remembered.
Okay, and you can tweak this a fair bit. You can tweak the probability so that they don't do this all the time. He's doing a lot of emoting, so the probability of these is quite high, obviously. Yeah, I think they're set to. It's random. These are 50%. I think these are the probabilities. You can actually mix them as well, so you could trigger all 6 at the same time. Or, of course, you could create individual emotes with multiple blend shapes in there. You can see how many are firing there. It's overkill. But it does kind of highlight. Oh, yeah, so some of the things to be careful of is when you combine blend shapes together, they not necessarily designed to work that way. And so the mesh is cutting into the eyeball on some of these, so you got to be careful. I think one at a time is fine. I think the random chance is like 20%. So it's not going to do it quite as often. And he's certainly looking around okay. Yeah, a little bit of error. Okay, play your audio. References. They really should put this play button at the top. It's very hard to find this references things.
You will be remembered.
Cool. Ow. Make him tired all the time. So now now that I've forced that, he's going to be tired and these other things. So it combines the blend shapes together, which could overbake some of this stuff. It certainly doesn't look good when they're all put up there. It just it destroys the integrity. But it does reset them once it's fired them, so they're actually going back down to 0 once they've been fired. So yeah, that's how SALSA works. Really quite effective. I've turned off his bassinet at LOD 0, which is why it's disappearing as we get closer. And I might leave it like that just to remind myself that the blend shapes are on there. Cool. How do we have time? 120. I'm going to save that, and I'm going to make this guy into a prefab in the main character screen and pop him in there. All right, you are good to go, mate. Let's put you into the extra scene. I should be able to add the other armor pieces to him and not have to worry too much about the armature. It's just mesh within the prefab, so it's easy. Just locate the helmet where it needs to go and attach it, and we should be good. Alrighty, so we don't need that window anymore. Let's find somewhere. Let's put you near the castle, actually. Let's have you standing here. Not exactly flat. Is it a flat area? Yeah, you can get in there. Okay. And let's give you something to do rather than just stand in T-pose. So let's do something like controller. Let's give you a controller. Night animation controller. Let's try that one. Avatar, and let's see how that looks. Package manager. I can quit the package manager. I don't need that. Play.
You will be remembered.
So that's his autoplay, but it's not on repeat. So come into view. He has fallen through the ground. Okay, that's not very good. He is standing in a pose. He obviously doesn't have an animation cycle, but there he's starting to do his thing. We need the bassinet turned off. So NPC night. We want the root. Elvis. Spine. Neck. Head. Bassinet. Thank you very much. All right. So beside the fact he's fallen through to the ground, let's see if we can get him to talk. And he's blinking. He's very surprised a lot of the time. We want his head. Head. Okay. So we can now see what SALSA's firing. He's in his... Seems to have actually retained his surprised look in the prefab, so that's not very good. SALSA. Okay, so let's have a look here.
You will be remembered.
Yeah, I'm going to have to redo the prefab because I've obviously kept his blend shape open when I was making the prefab. He's looking around. He's turning his head, which is the eyes that's doing that. Within his field of view and range. So he's doing everything from a SALSA point of view that I think he's supposed to be doing. I do need to get him up out of the ground, so let's take a look. And I'll fix that prefab issue as well. Hold on a minute. So he should have... let's open the prefab, not prefab, open isolation. Okay, what is going on with you? So, bassnet, we'll take the bassnet off completely, I think. We want to know, why is your head doing that thing? .5, that should be 0.2 per emote. Ah, that's what I had, the emphasis on there. We don't really want the emphasis on there. Not the eyes aren't really working for me either, so I need to do something with them. Pained. Hopefully I can switch out the materials on the eyes actually, because they are... that might be a bit tricky. Blood group. Because the eyes are embedded in the head. And yeah, no, I can't do that. I can't use different eyes because they're embedded in the mesh of the face. So I can't change the look of his eyes or even the colour unless I edit that texture. It's a bit of a shame anyway. I'll have to live with that. Okay. So, are you doing what you're supposed to be doing? Random events, yes. Okay. Components. So these are collection display modes. Emphasizer, no. Repeater, no. Expression dynamics, no. No. They're okay. Alright. Random chance. Repeater pool, emphasizer pool, random pool. I think that's right. They are random pools. I don't know why it was putting him into a shocked view the whole time. We don't want him to play the audio straight away. So we need autoplay to be no. So where is that? I think that's in his audio source. Play on awake. That's right. Okay, so he won't play on awake. He'll only play the audio when I click play, which would normally be fired by dialogue with him to trigger that. Dynamics is on. Visim, component animation, timings, global dynamics. We don't need global dynamics at the moment. Okay. All right, let's go out, save him. And I think he has a problem with the ground. Why do you have a problem with the ground? Because you don't have a mesh collider, is that what it is? Skin mesh renderer. It's got IK hand feet positions. That's okay. So I think he's missing. Especially a collider. Mesh collider. What did the other one have? What did the other guy have? So the other NPCs are down here. Let's put him in there with those. They've got animator. They're not using gravity. Root motion. Still not sure why it's falling through. So I'm sure it would be mesh collider. Root motion. Oop. Put him slightly above the ground. I'd actually have Blink RPG Builder spawn these NPCs rather than place them like this. I'm just temporarily doing this. Right, so he's gone silent, which is correct. Let's go up and see him, see if he's fallen through the world again. It might have been because his heel might have been slightly under the surface. I don't know. He's on a slope. I don't know. He has fallen through. Look at it. Yeah, he's fallen through. Okay. He's got the surprised look on his face again. So that's interesting. He's looking around. Mesh collider's not stopping him. SALSA. References.
You will be remembered.
Okay, so the only, well, there's two issues, same issues I had before. So he's doing his pained expression, so that's working okay. If I can just bring him up and stay there. Oh, he's in some weird bloody... What are you doing? He's in like a fall cycle or something. Okay. And he's not got his faces all screwed up now, so that maybe that was to do with that animation controller. Weird. It's an octopus. Okay. Octopus controller. Alright. You're doing stuff, that's good. I need to pick a good animation controller for you, so let's pick player one-handed sword. There you go. That kind of works. Spin you around. Your head. Oh, there you go. There's your head.
You will be remembered.
His mouth is open again. Whoa. He needs his own player controller. I don't think this pack came with them, but I could be wrong. No, it's animations. Animations. No. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, there is no animation controller with it. That's okay. I'll find something. All right, I think that's good enough. I'll leave him like that for the moment. He's got 2 sets of armor on, which is why you're getting leather and metal. So at least I know it's all there. And in the right animation controller, he's not doing his face thing. And he's also not falling through the ground. So I think it was to do with whatever animation controller I gave him. This night one is not quite right for him. Put him in an idle. Which one did I just have that was working? Sword, something or other. Player, sword, play one-handed sword. Alright, let's see how that goes. One more try. That's better. Okay, so he's standing flat based on his back foot. So I probably need to. I've got a leaning animator tool to fix that sort of stuff. But he's certainly not falling through like he was before. The mouth is open, not sure why. Let's look at his emote configurations. Display mode. It's not firing any of them at the moment. Increase that to 1. Yeah, okay, so he's doing stuff now. It's like he's trying to yawn and be tired and do things all at the same time. So I think it is that tired thing that it's mixed in there somewhere. It's probably still embedded in one of these. Right, 0.5. Emphasizes to trigger SALSA linked lip syncs. Oh, that's the lip syncs chats. Random chats is the one. 0.5. We can kick off all 6 of them together. So that's going to be over baking all the emotes together. The animation isn't great for him. He needs an idle animation, but I should be able to put him into an idle stance. Okay. That's my Jeet Kune Do one. So he's doing Bruce Lee moves. Standing around doing nothing. Okay, so his mouth is now fixed. So it's interesting that some of these animation controllers are firing off the yawned, sort of tired mouth open all the time, and other ones are not. That is interesting. Okay. And I know why this one's floating, because this one's actually from a pack a succubus pack where she actually hovers, so that's where that idol is coming from. If that makes sense. It's not named really particularly well, but I know where that's coming from. Let's pick. That one looks okay. So the one straight after humanoid idol. Okay. Apart from the fact it doesn't. Yeah, that one's better. Third idol. Okay, third idol. Let's put him on that one. So let's open you up. It's a prefab controller. Third idol. Okay, hopefully that works. Save. All right, one more time. Oh, he's gone into that stance. That's not very helpful. Okay, it'll do. It'll do. We know we can fiddle with that.
You will be remembered.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's been productive to at least get that Knights one in, because this pack's got so many variants in it. So he will get used. The other thing is I've got the Infinity PBR humans in here, and they've got a lot of weapons and armor pieces. That the prefabs are just lots and lots of things. And so my intention is to try and put these prefabs into these characters to actually add even more variation to them. So possibly rescale some of these to actually work with them. But the equipment sets, basically a lot of the stuff's going to fall out too. There's armor sets and all sorts of things in here. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. Those Infinity PBR stuff. I'll get around to the humans. Probably do them next weekend. I'll get the Infinity PBR stuff ready to go, because there's a lot of stuff in here to go through. But I'm quite pleased I got the Knights one in. I knew that one had a lot of stuff in it that I could use. Gladiator female, probably not going to work. Assassin girl, probably not going to work. Just the style, I don't think it's going to fit the game, but that's okay. And I'll come back around to a couple of these other ones, but I think that's probably what I need to do tonight, because it's now 1:45 in the morning and I've got work in the morning, so I need to finish up and get a good night's rest. So I will be back online Friday at 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. If you like the stream, please follow. Please check it out on YouTube, Zarktor Studios on YouTube. And I will see you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye.